Do, 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 do. Pull us out of purgatory. Good evening, Club Cult. Good evening. Happy Meownday. PV is a sleepy girl. She's taking the night off. Good evening, good evening, good evening. Boya and Gunther look like they're stacked. They're so cute. They're adorable. I'm gonna bop in with Miss PB. Why did Restream go bye-bye? Come back. Come back. Make me log in again. Don't do it. It's gonna do it. Rude. We were using it less than 12 hours ago. Maybe it works me out of mobile when I have web open. Maybe. You never know. Let's do a PB test today. Tank can get a night off. As much as I'd love to use that tripod, it's too fragile. It is the Fragile Forest tripod. Dun, dun, dun. You could sing way higher than I can. I liked the light situation yesterday. I feel like that was good. I'm gonna try that again. Do I still have one of these rigged up with the Velcro? It should be there. Or maybe not. No. There's the bungee cord, so it's promising. Is it in this pile of trouble, maybe? It's still a stretch. Yes. Okay. That makes me wonder, could I just plug that right into there? I didn't know. Does this unscrew? Or just twist? Maybe I'm just breaking it more. Oh wait, no. The bottom controls the... Ah, I am breaking it more. Oh no, I don't think that was supposed to turn. It'll still lock it though. I think no. I think the only thing I didn't like about this one is that it's not a pull up to clip in, just from the top. That'll be fine. No idea how I did this before. No. Like that? Oh, no, because this is across that. So how would this have to applesauce? Stretch. That's solid. Oh, that makes it so much more heavy. Nope. Instead, 2 feet behind it, otherwise it'll have a breakdown. Oh, don't be so precarious. Maybe it'll stay. Cross fingers and pause. Oh, this tripod is weak. Let's see how it holds together. It might just all... I don't know. I don't know. My hair went wild tonight. Wild. The Wild World of Serena. Meds o'clock. Put my coffee in a cute little cup tonight. Dogs are my favorite people. I think my aunt got me this cup. If there's anything like cute and very me that's not all black that I own, it's probably from my aunt. Probably. This is so in trouble on that corner. Okay, let's go see. Oops. Those ugly Miss Peeps. I didn't even do the board for tonight. I mean, I guess it's still mostly true. See, here's your bathrobe back. My ugly bathrobe. He loves my ugly bathrobe. It's a true man over there. I found some suckers earlier that I guess expired in 2021. But do suckers actually go bad? It's like 5 years ago. They don't look funny. They're all organic and natural. Earth pots. Excuse me. It's hard to breathe tonight. In the worst case, they're probably just crystally. Like how honey gets crystally. Meow. Is that so, my sweet? Now help me with the board. But you were void. Now that I think about it, I don't think I've heard void meow. No, I think that's charming, actually. Whittling down the sounds by the minute. What? You want special love time? You just did special love time. Oh, yeah. Why, Bean? I'm taking over the world. Such a lump. Such a lump. He says melt. We love you, Mr. Bean. We love you, Mr. Bean. What can I do with this cord so it doesn't keep spinning. Probably a twisty tie. How does one make wooden drawers slide in smoother? Like, what do you lube that up with? Inside heavy traffic. Stop it. There we go. And we don't have to utilize any crazy pocket madness. It's not Chong fussing. Who was Eepin then? Was that Peebee? Oh, it is Chong Eepin. Chongers. You want to come in with your girlfriend, Boyd? Hello. Okay, go get your girlfriend. Go get your girlfriend. Hey, Boyd. Chong is in love with you. He says you're beautiful. I concur. He's so funny. He's just skulking. I definitely thought my shoe on the ground here was PB. Aw. She's being an eepy little bed gremlin. What is over the side of my camera? Hey, Peebers. Oh, the battery pack. It's about as far as I can move that. I don't think it's blocking her anymore. PB, you purr so loud. You're such a little rumbler. You're such a little rumbler. Hello, Tiny. Hello, Tiny. A bit too bright. Come here, sissy girl. Peebers. How you doing tonight, sweetie? You being a nappy, eepy girl. She's so cute. She has no business being so cute. Hi. I have to call the vet tomorrow because I don't think I made an appointment for her 12-week shots. And I chose an urn for Chauncey, like, not out of duress, but without thinking. And I want to see if I can still change it. I think so. I just probably have to pay for a different one. And that's okay. You are so cute, little bean. Let's get your food and water all squared up. What's doing, girly pop? And get your milk and your meds. Yes, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. PB with the plan. I'm just gonna rumble around. Oh, you want some bellies? He's getting into the belly rubs earlier. Hi, baby mama. Look at you and your stumpy little legs. Where are you going? Where are you going? No free butts. Also, your butt is really red. Owie. I'll ask about that at the vet tomorrow, too. You and your poor little booty. You just be going through it out here. You do. You just be going through it. There you go, sis. Not better. You also didn't drink a lot of water today. I think if I had human children, I would be a helicopter mom. I don't remember being like that with my niece and nephew, though. Maybe not. Oops. You okay? He rubbed on that. It's fragile now because there's a battery on it and it weighs it down. Oops. 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 Whoops. Whoop, 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 whoop. Oopsies. I don't know what happened there, but it didn't fall on her, so it's okay. May the Voldemort be with you, always. Enjoying this crossover of Monday X Harry Potter X Star Wars. Welcome, Cygenics. I hope this doesn't need to be filled. This year Voldemort Day has been as kind to you as possible. Don't boop on that again, PB. Is it gonna stay standing? No. Don't boop it. Don't boop it. We gotta get your milkies. It's an awkward creature. I need to shop for new tripods tonight. I'm over the tripoddery. Taken out by a 3-pound kitten. Blurp. She's like, the light is too bright. Too tiny and cute. Too tiny and cute. No, you can't have my coffee. You can't have my coffee. Welcome, Nebraska Joe Dirt. Hope you're having a lovely night so far. Welcome. Why your butt so red, PB? Coffee. You get your milkies. Blacko. Blacko. I don't trust Charlie. Charlie, you will play Invader Zim. Boyd is hanging out with her boyfriend right now. Yeah, boop boop. It was so warm out today, it got up into the 60s. But it's so fucking hard to breathe. Oh. A bug buzzed my head while I was outside with the dogs this morning. It's officially that time of year. It was a big buzz. I don't know what kind of bug it was. I didn't look. But it was a big buzz. Don't fall over camera. Thank you. Milkies! It was very gross. It was a nice reminder of spring, but it was also a shitty reminder of spring. Oh, hold on. This one's struggling. Jesus! That looks interesting. It's all over me. Okay, redo. Why did that get stopped up? Was there a chunk of probiotic in there? It was gross. Okay, there we go. Now that should be good. It's just exploded. She's very irritated that it's not as thick as it usually is. It's diluted. It's not the same. It's not as good. It's like eating one bite of ice cream instead of the whole bowl. It's not good enough. There we go. There's 2. 3. There you go, Peanut. Welcome, Mikey. Hope you're having an awesome night so far. Do I have any boots? Okay, so check this out. Fancier than I could ever be. PB has both mittens and boots. We have an abundance of boots. She has the boots with the fur. The whole cult was looking at her. She hit the milk. Next thing you know, Shorty got a happy, happy, happy tummy. Yo, yo, yo. And 5. The boots with the fur. Now I'm not going to be able to look at her without thinking of that. And 6. Need to get more of the bigger syringes. 2 of them broke. Like the plastic pusher came off. I think these are single use anyway, but they're washable, so it's okay. It is a little bit to finish. It says discard after use. Time to make a full remix of the song now. I don't think I know the whole song. I just know the chorus. PB got flu, 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 flu. She hit the milk. Next thing you know, her tummy is happy, 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 yo-to-do. That was clearly I'm a professional in the music industry, obviously. I have my own record deal, record company, etc. Definitely what's going on here. I can't believe that exploded out of you. That was not gross, but gross. What is the word for not gross? Gross. Unpleasant? A surprise? Hi, Beebs. Hi, BB. Hi. You're so wild. You're so wild. You're so wild. She's a wildebeest. She's a wild little wildebeest. Take any of the Z Remix CDs or the darn Kids Bop ones, but you're telling me you don't like fucking tripod. You don't like kids screaming along to songs? I wanna swing from the chandelier. I think Kids Bop did one of those. It was awful. It was awful. Ate the butter peanut. Boo. Boo. Boo! 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 So calculated in her play gusto. Blurp! 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 Oh, you got it. You're so big and tough and strong and brave. I still love the Favorite Things remix that I came up with. You know, Voya and Gunther and Zeke and Peavy and Void and Kid and Chong and Munstery. That's not the right tune. That was the one I tried to make around Christmas time. Rewind. How does it start? These are a few of my favorite things. How did I put that together? I need to record these when I make them. As ridiculous as they are, I used to. I just whip out my phone and put it together. And now I don't. I just rely on my brain to put it together. How did I do it? Voya and Gunther and Zeke and Peavy. There we go. Void and Munster and Chong and Kitty and Marbles and Slavka and Charlie and Tank. And there is Diesel and Pippi and Ringo. It doesn't work now missing a name. It sounds awkward, but it's still cute. Welcome, Midnight Dynamite. I hope the night is being kind to you so far. To be fair, you even heard to belt out some C's, so you can't really throw too much shade. I love her voice, honestly. She's very talented. She does way better than my remix of the zoo to the Favorite Things. I love Kitten Curiosity. Like, they look at the toy and it's like the first time they've ever seen it in their lives. Like, I will get this. I'll fucking kill it. Let's fucking kill it. I'll get it. I'll get it. I'll get it. Okay, you caught it. You're big and tough. You caught it. Try to give her all the wins that we can. The zoo is doing good. They're all having a good day today. Being little wildlings, as they should be. Oh. Ringo went on a digging spree in the yard tonight, so he came in all muddy. And that was fun. Okay, so I think I figured out why people say you shouldn't have, I mean, I don't live in an apartment, obviously. Or maybe it's not obvious, I don't know. But I don't live in an apartment. Why people say that you shouldn't have a large dog in an apartment. And I never thought about, like, the size of the dog to the scale of the size of the apartment. I only thought about, like, the lack of activity. Like, people who live in an apartment, like, you have to go, like, all the way down to go outside. Like, it's a whole thing. It's more steps. It's more complicated. No, I think it has, like, at least 50% to do with the size of the space. Like, I realized earlier that if I ever have to give Ringo a bath, he can't get in the bathroom. When he walks into the bathroom, the amount of space that is there is as much space that he is. He would not be able to turn around. And I'm humbled by that. He's a very big dog. But he got up all in the mud earlier. Like, why? Why? It was warm today, though. Got, like, up to 60-something degrees. I think 64 or 65. An assassin in training. Oh, no. At least she's not an ass in training. She's a cute little butt. She's a sweet little thing. He can back up, but I don't want to have to put my dog in reverse. I don't want to have to shift him like that. What am I supposed to do? Like, crank his tail? Put him in reverse. All of that brought to you by the discovery of, after Ringo trekked in the mud, I really had to pee before I put him in his crate. And I saw him just standing outside the bathroom door, taking up the entire doorway. I'm like, don't come in here. You won't be able to turn around. You won't fit. Just do it. Meow, meow, meow. Okay, Okay, but then how do we put him into neutral when he's in his wild times? He's so funny. He's so on guard at night. If there's a cat or like a bunny or some other creature outside the fence line, during the day he doesn't care. And he's very sweet with the outside animals. He'll like playfully chase after the bunnies, but not actually chase them. Don't know what he would do if he wasn't supervised, but supervised, he's very polite to the wildlife. But at night, he perceives a threat. He had his hackles all up this evening, and he was just... He has a big boy bark now. He doesn't sound like a little bitch Golden anymore. Not that Goldens are little bitches, but it's a much different bark from big dog to like Golden. And he was grumbling and boofing and had his hackles all up because there was a bunny in the alley by my car. He's like, "Don't you dare steal my mom's car, rabbit." He's so lovely. He's so sweet. But he's so silly. Don't believe Ringo has a neutral. And for a pretty calm dog, considering his age, he has some neutrality, but I would agree that I don't think he has a neutral. Diesel definitely doesn't have a neutral. Diesel has a drift to a stop and go as fast as you can. He has a lead foot like me. He's fast as fuck, boy. Tomorrow, I have to go over to PetSmart and say in person about Ringo, because I left 2 messages and no one called me back, and his training is supposed to start tomorrow, and I have to reschedule it, because he still has the Giardia. So I have to go over there tomorrow, which is fine. I need more cans for him. I need more food for the outdoor kitties. I need something else for the zoo. I don't remember what. I'll figure it out in the morning. I need litter. That's what it is. Boop, boop. I have to go in with my tail tucked in between my legs again and say, "I need to reschedule." I hate being an inconvenience. I shouldn't have left it till the last day, but I also didn't have the energy today. It must have been a terrifying bunny. It's one of the ones with the tusks growing out, maybe. No, it wasn't. I don't think we have those over here. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Bloop. I love when she gets all facing down on there. Looks like she's really just like fighting against gravity, and it's quite cute. He's a big scary bunny. He's gonna steal my car. He's gonna poop in the yard. And Ringo said, "You are a threat." Oh, you have a Springer Spaniel? My grandpa used to have a Springer Spaniel. I have a Cocker Spaniel, obviously, but my grandpa used to love when I would bring Pippi over because it reminded him of his Springer. Bloop. I don't know why. I think just because my grandpa had the dog for hunting, and it wasn't necessarily like a family dog, even though they liked the dog. It was before my dad was born. But they tried to rehome him twice, and he ended up breaking out of both of the yards, like to the neighbors, that he was rehomed to and coming back home. Then they just accepted it until he got old. Which, I mean, I don't like that they tried to rehome him, but it was different times in the world. This was in like the 1950s, you know, a long time ago in a land far, far away. There wasn't as much of a pet overpopulation crisis. I think my grandma was really overwhelmed with their first son, and that's probably why, because my grandpa was gone all the time flying. But Springers are so cool. I would love to have one day. I love the big bark, though. I love the big boof. Boof, boof, boof. Oh, they're such cool dogs. That's awesome. What colors are they? I like the liver spot ones. There used to be 2 that would come into the grooming shop I worked at, and they are so sweet. They're such sweet dogs. That's incredible. He's a pedigree baby. His grandpa was some crazy accomplished show dog. That's cool. First two are black and white. The current one's brown and white. Aww, I bet the sweetest babies. The cutest, most beautiful babies. I like spaniels. They're so smart. I want a black cocker spaniel one day. A black cock. Really, they're just so fun to groom and they're such sweet dogs. They just tend to have a high prey drive. So I would have to be very, very cautious when adopting one with the cats. Not all of them do, but it's more common because they're a hunting breed. Blurp, blurp. Any dog can be trained, but easy dog is easy. Me like that. Aw, I wonder if they were distant sisters somewhere down the line. Distant cousins. The wildling. The wildling. No goose. She's so darn cute. I'm not ready in any way, shape, or form. And I probably won't be for at least a little bit. I don't know. I think I waited like a month after Snoop passed away to adopt Backup. And I waited a week after Backup passed away to adopt Chauncey. But I think at some point in the near future. Pibby has never not had like a bestie. And her and Chauncey were so bonded that she doesn't know what to do with herself, and she's kind of losing it. But understandably, she's grieving right now, and I don't want to push anything on her. But whenever I'm ready, I want to take her with to CACC, not just because you're supposed to bring your dogs with when you adopt, but to let her pick out a new friend if she's interested in anyone. I think ideally I'd like to adopt another senior at some point. Which, I mean, that's stupid of me because that means less time together, but that's also, I think, a smart thing to do. Give them some of their best years. I loved that with Snoop. That was cool. She's like the Energizer Bunny. She just keeps going and going and going. I just feel so bad for Pippi. She's had 4 losses in her life. That's too much. The other 3 didn't necessarily affect her too much, but she's grieving so hard for this one. She's been so clingy. But she's always had like a close buddy. And Ringo and Diesel are too wild for her. She doesn't. It's not that she doesn't like them, but she doesn't want their energy in her space. If that makes sense. Like, they're nice to her, and she's nice to him, but are nice to them, but they don't vibe in the same way. They're not little quiet souls. They're grown wild beings. I love the senior babies. We know this about me. I love old men. You used to say, oh, Pippi, we're going to get you another sugar daddy. But now that she's 15, I think we're just going to get her a retirement friend or make her the sugar mommy. Itty-boop, itty-boop, itty-boop. But this time it won't be up to me. It'll be up to her. I'm not in charge of this rodeo. Whenever I'm ready, it'll be in charge of her. I'm in charge for her. Chauncey passed away on Saturday. It was very sudden. It was extremely sudden. It was extremely, extremely, extremely sudden. I don't think I've even fully processed it yet. I'm just processing it in, like, pieces. I don't know. It's like there's fragments of grief coming out instead of just a whole waterfall of grief coming out. Like when I napped in here with PB earlier, I woke up and my first thought was, I have to check on Chauncey in the kitchen. And then I realized Chauncey wouldn't be in the kitchen. And I broke the fuck down. But it's weird. Grief is different every single time you have a different loss, I think. Like with backup, I cried for 2 weeks straight. Just in bed. I cried in Chauncey. I just cried. I don't know. It was terrible. With Snoop, I had like more periodic bursts of sadness. With Snoop, it was like not easy to grieve, but I think the process was more forced because he was in this room while he was sick. That's why the floor has like dark spots all over because he got sick all over the floor and it ruined the floor. Like it's obviously clean now, but it stained the floor. He was having accidents and throwing up and everything was all acidic and viley and all of that. So it kind of like was a forced process when cleaning up all of this. And now it's like a weird empty hollowness. And like backup was prolonged sick for about a month and I was more used to seeing both of them sick than not sick. It's very strange how this one is manifesting. It's a weird existence. Like I can force myself to keep it together if I really focus on keeping it together and staying distracted. But then as soon as my mind relaxes, it's like, I don't know, it's heavy. But it's weird flashes of like, if it were currently now. I don't know how to describe that. Like earlier waking up, like I had to check on him in the kitchen. And in my mind, I saw this perfectly clear picture of him laying in the kitchen waiting for me. And I know he's not going to be there. It was very bizarre. It was very bizarre. It wasn't like the dread of potentially bad news. We were just waiting on the biopsy for specifically what kind of cancer it was. And ironically, we got the biopsy report back on Saturday. And it was a very aggressive form of thyroid cancer. That's what came together with that. Yeah, instead of getting her sugar daddy, she could have some eye candy. I just wonder what kind of cat she would, or what kind of dog she would pick out. I love having pit bulls. I think she does too. I would love any dog, but I'd like her to choose a pit bull. But I mean, to be fair, 99% of the dogs at CACC are pits. Like we have so many pit bulls in Chicago. Thank you. We appreciate the kind words. It's just weird. Like there have been different times that I've said goodbye where I just break down crying every single second. And I don't know if it's just how this loss is or I don't know. If my grieving process has changed, I mean it's different every single time, but this is more fragmented pieces of grief than like constantly bawling my eyes out. I also think that I'm taking it more gently than I would have in the past too, because the last loss I had before this was my best friend's dog, and he died in our arms, like at home, and I would consider that traumatic to an extent, but I think going through that and going through this, it was much more peaceful, and I think that I'm grateful that it was much more peaceful, and that helps in my soul. I'm pretty ashamed of myself. I thought I could stream after that loss a year ago, a couple years ago. It's a couple years ago now. And I ended up just crying. And I wasn't even streaming on here. I was on MFC. So I was like trying to get naked and crying at the same time. It was terrible. It was terrible. It was not good Serena methodology. But I never know what I'm going to feel. I'm only human. I'm only human. I don't think there's like anything anyone could ever say to make anything better. My vet made me cry before we said goodbye though. He looked at me and he said, Serena, you gave this dog the chance that no one else ever would, and he's forever going to be grateful to you for that. You should be grateful to yourself for that, and I will be grateful to you for that. And that was one of the nicest things that I could have ever heard. Because Chauncey was considered a pretty unadoptable dog. And you let me take a chance with him, and that was special. It was very special. Peeves. You're so sweet. You're so sweet. It's not that I'm like scheduling my crying time, but I'm letting it manifest in my more calm hours, I guess, versus having a complete breakdown. Though I will say being sick too, like for so long, has really taught me a lot of emotional regulation. And I think that's helping it all. Oh, it wasn't ashamed. Like, it wasn't shameful. It was just embarrassing. Because men are so uncomfortable when you cry. And, like, bawling your eyes out on a corn site is probably a man's worst nightmare. Other than, like, period blood. Like, you're not there for that. You're reaching for tissues for another reason. Not there for that. You're so silly. Whenever I'm ready, we're gonna let Pippi pick out a gentleman. I'd like to stream the process, but I don't think, from what I remember, phone service is horrible on there. So I would probably just vlog it. But you're supposed to bring your dogs with when you adopt another dog anyway, because they want to make sure that they get along. However, I'm not concerned about Diesel having a new friend. Diesel has Ringo. So I think it only will matter for Chauncey, or for Pippi. His name keeps creeping into everyone else, which I don't understand. I've never called Pippi Chauncey. I've never called Ringo Chauncey. I've never called Diesel Chauncey. And I've called them all Chauncey at least once in the last 24 hours. Yeah, it is concrete walls. It's not great. I remember when I was adopting backup, my ex was out with Pippi sitting on a bench waiting because we brought Pippi with to introduce her to the new dog and make sure they got along, but they had a dog flu outbreak at the time, so they wouldn't let outside dogs in, so they wouldn't bring more germs or get anyone sick from that, or get sick themselves. So this poor guy sat on a bench with Pippi for like 6 hours, because the adoption process is always so slow there. They're horribly understaffed, which is sad. Not complaining, it's true. It's a baby bee. It's a baby bee. And I was trying to text him like what the timeline was and pictures of backup and all the different bits, and none of it was going through. Like, oh geez, he's gonna think that I just came in here and got in a kennel and I'm never coming back out. Yeah, it's very concrete walls in there. It'll be up to Pippi, but I'll do the same thing I did when I adopted Chauncey, to where I'll find one of the adoption coordinators and say, hey, this is my life. This is what I know. This is what I'm capable of providing. This is what I'm comfortable with. And find me my dog. Find a dog for my dog to be friends with. I think just especially after losing her eye, like her eye surgery, she really, really bonded with him. She won't even walk the same path in the yard that he used to take her down. She won't lay in his bed, she just stares at it. Like if she looks hard enough, then he'll be there. It's sad. She's being so clingy. She's nice. Pippi's never been clingy, and I like her being close, but you can feel like the heaviness. That's why your kitty is lucky to have you, Midnight Dynamite. Isn't she so cute? Her name is Petey. That's my cat, Charlie. Welcome, deviated. That's my Charlie girl. That's what my dad calls her. He calls her that or Adolphia, which is not appropriate. That's what he wanted me to name her. And it's like, it sounds pretty, but we can't stream with Charlie and say that. It's not right. It's not right. The Mice Lords are on top. Is this the Nutcracker? The Rat King. Oh, Ratigan. Oh, Ratigan. That's a different movie, though. That's The Great Mouse Detective. I rewatched that recently, and I don't know why. That was one of my favorite movies when I was a kid. Oop. I mean, it's cute, but, like, there's nothing about it that writes home, you know? My slurts like five slurts both cats. I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. I mean, it's cute, but, like, there's nothing about it. What are you doing? I need to change the case on this. It's so wonky. Like, it has a built-in screen protector in the case, and it's getting so bubbly and weird. It's, like, unusable at this point. I lost you guys. I'm getting you back. I'm getting you back. There. Now we're good. You're so cute. You're kind of a little mouse. Little Mishka. Little Mishka mouse. She says, no, let me have my toy. Let me have my toy. The toy. The toy. The claw. You are so funny. You have to get her a tetherball thing. Who was the last three in the litter? Out of Daisy, Nibbler, and Stripes. Who was so tetherball-y? Was it Daisy? And it was attached to the other tree before they broke it off. They were going wild with it. I think it was Daisy. No time for cuddles. It's playtime. It's playtime. From Toy Story. The claw. The little green guys in the claw machine. The claw. Lives rent free in my head. Doot, 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 doot. I find it so amazing that she's so good at play. Like, she has expert hunting skills for being born in the winter. There are no bugs to chase. Just a few leaves to chase. She knows exactly what she's doing. She's so smart. She's so smart. Yeah, I think she would be great pest control. She is quite the huntress. I'd say not going to be a single spider in her adopter's house, but her adopter also has tarantulas and, like, creepy crawly friends. She has a whole big zoo. Hers is, like, a tally of 30-something, which makes me feel better about my life. But she also has, like, lizards, spiders, birds. She has everything. I think she has some beetles. Maybe some centipedes, too. You can't catch those. Those are friends, not foe. Those are gonna be your new siblings. Aw, that's the same as my grandma's birthday. I can absolutely understand the mentality then. She's a spoiled princess that can't be told she's wrong. Tarantula pet beware, right? They won't be in contact with each other, thankfully. I think like how I have my foster room. She's described it to me before, and it seems like she has like a whole room where it's all of the glass aquariums and different environments for everyone, and it's temperature controlled and all that fun stuff, so that her dogs and cats don't get into it. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. It is whatever you want it to be, baby. To choose your own adventure. And thank you for taking the time to be here tonight. Went paintballing, got shot in the balls, lost one. Swear to God if you laugh. Unfortunately for the fetish you're possibly trying to lurch in on there, don't find that funny. Don't find it painful either. It's not my balls. She's never wrong. Sounds about right. Aww. She says, "This my family. Don't fuck with my family. This my peoples. This my space." Nothing wrong with being particular. It protects your peace. Ooh. Balls got ruptured. Sounds like a personal problem. I wish you the best. She has such gusto. Like, instead of getting tired out, I feel like she just gets more ramped up as we go. She starts off like with slow zooms, and then she's just flying through the air. Now it's serious. Very serious. She loves it. Her legs are so stumpy. Are you dwarfy? I don't know what you are. Like, she's proportionate, but not. I was floofing down her floof earlier, and her head is so small compared to her body. It's quite ridiculous. It throws me off, though, because, like, usually a trait of dwarfism is really big eyes and, like, a kind of disproportionate, but usually bigger disproportionate head. It just really makes me wonder, what... Is she normal? I mean, none of us are normal, but is she, like, average? I don't know. She's smarter than the average bear. She's so cute. She's so adorable. She's a velociraptor. Little velociraptor. I think if Peebee was a dinosaur, she would be one of, like, the little tiny, like, yippy guys in the beginning. And there's, like, 1,000 of them. They're just bebopping everywhere. What would they be? At some point, I knew all the dinosaurs in Jurassic Park, and I don't anymore. What's the small dinosaur called? A pack of what? The Compy? Precompsognathus? Yeah, these little fuckers. That's what we're gonna call Peepee. PB the compy. The first of its kind that hunts for sport. Like little kid, for being so sweet that he is, he's not like 100% killer for things. He hunts for sport. When there have been snakes that break into the basement, I feel so bad and it's horrible. He's the sweetest guy in the world, but he is a little almost murderer. He goes for the snakes and he destabilizes them and puts them like to almost death, but not dead. And then he just leaves them alone. Like they're done writhing around, they're just miserable and dying, and then he just leaves them for me to find. And it's not cool. A couple I've been able to rescue. One ended up going back outside and he was okay. He lost a little nub of his tail, but he was okay. He didn't got too bad. He was just a little dry. But there have been many little kid casualties. I find it so surprising that he does that because he's so sweet. But his almost killer instinct is right there. It's just like, if you're gonna do it, like, finish the job. Don't prolong the agony. Not that I want him to do it, but be merciful. Be merciful. She said, spider tasty. They probably do leave the house very confused. So they come into the basement. The basement is, of course, underground. So they must fall, like, the height of the ceiling to the ground to whatever extent. I don't know how else they would get in there. And then they got a cat coming after them. Whether it's Kid or Slavka. Slavka's insane about it. I have not seen a single snake since Slavka. I've seen her hunting them and making them scared and go underneath the trim, but she finishes the job and it's upsetting. But Slavka being Slavka, she scares them and then they're under the wall until they creep back out and she'll stay there for hours. She spent about 5 hours stalking one underneath the trim one day. And then she got it. It was no bueno. Does mean I need to reseal the foundation though. I did that like 5 or 6 years ago. We didn't have snakes till just last summer again. I try to. If I find them before they do, I scoop them up and get them back outside. I just hate when the little baby ones come in that are like skinnier than this even. It makes me feel so bad. When I pick them up, I feel like I'm smushing their little head. Because they're so little, like they're tinier than my pinky. They're just so little. Not gonna lie, sometimes I get too anxious to pick them up because they're so small. I just broom them into a dustpan and it's like, okay, we go in the grass now. I know I'm not some giant behemoth, but I'm human. Every once in a while, like, you have a tremor, like a shake or something, or like you trip over something. I don't want to hurt the baby. The baby is just a baby. I love my garden snakes. I wish they would not break into the house so that the kitties will not eat them. Welcome to Ghost Fedora. Hope you're having a wonderful night so far. Isn't she so cute? Are you going to be 11 weeks tomorrow? I think she'll be 11 weeks tomorrow. Can you look at her little chart? Today she's the devil. She was 1,666 grams. Yeah, last Tuesday she had 10 weeks, so tomorrow she's going to be 11 weeks old. So I do need to schedule her 12-week shots. I don't think I made the appointment for that, and if I did not write it down. Gotta do that. Oopsies. Bad mom. It's coward herpetologists with their snake poles. All they need is a dustpan. Is there really a snake pole? Like, is it like a catch pole, like for dogs? Like it goes out like a noose and then locks and unlocks from here? You are a little captain and say no. It's like the old people grab hold. You imagine a snake just looking at you like you're the stupidest creature in the world because you came out with Grandpa's grabber to try and relocate it. If I was a snake, I would just look at you and go. Oh my gosh. Old people grabber. Aw, yay. I'm glad to hear the Ghost of Fedora. It's wonderful. It has to be a good night. We have the baby kitten. Life is always good with baby kitten. Little hops. Grabber that old people use to grab things, not for grabbing old people. I didn't think so, but I appreciate the clarification in case anyone else thought so. My grandpa used to pinch me with the grabber, though. In defense of other thought. Alright, you gotta take a little break. You played really hard. Get some drinkies. Get some drinkies. I don't want you to burn too many calories. My grandpa used to pinch me with it. Like, pinch me in the arm. Go over here. There might still be one in here. Otherwise, it's downstairs. No, I think it's downstairs. Because I had to use it not to get Void out. For one of her first appointments. Is it up there? Maybe? But I used it to kind of like swoop her. Like guide her forward because she was behind the couch and I couldn't get her out from there. This couch is so low, there's like no reaching under it to grab the cat. There's just no doing it. Is that a sign of good luck if a snake poops on you? Was she super grossed out? I don't know. I think it's like a badge of honor. Like it's trust. Although maybe they can't control when they go to the bathroom, kind of like rats. Because rats will just go wherever they are. They don't have like a, oh, I need to hold it till I get to my spot kind of mentality. Hi. Hello, Tiny. Did you play so big and good? I think tomorrow we'll take the tent out of here and give her the whole room. I feel like she's so little for 11 weeks. I have to pull up picture comparisons from Daisy Stripes and Nibbler again and see. It smelled like vomit. Ugh. That's nasty. That's nasty. She has such intense focus. Snakes are so cool. I just can't do live feedings, and I know there's frozen, but I'm too squeamish to do it that way. I would love to have a reptile one day, though. I love bearded dragons. I think they're really, really cool. They're really intelligent. They're really sweet. And once they're, like, fully mature, they can have an herbivorous or an omnivorous diet, so they're not obligate carnivores. I think that would be amazing. I know, she does still want to play, but she hasn't eaten very much today. I don't want her to burn too many calories. Beardies are so cute. I only ever met one mean one, and that was my almost brother's. He named him Godzilla. But I feel like the males are meaner than the females. Or not meaner, but like they're less... Okay, crazy girl. Less socializable or socialized? The ones I've met that have been super, super nice and just like a cat lizard are all females. Beardies are so cute, though. What would we name him or her, Club Colt? Aww. Little stunted baby. You're so lucky to be rescued by you. So I kind of wonder with her, like, is she stunted or is she skulking? Is she stunted? Like she just had a bad start to life, which is probably true. Why are you licking the phone, girl? That's a choice. That's a choice. I wonder if she's a little bit dwarfy too. Lizzie? Gandalf? Oh, Gandalf would be cute. I don't know about Lizzie. The bearded dragon that I really bonded with, her name was Zilly, like Godzilla. Zilly. I guess I knew two beardies named Godzilla. But the girly one that was sweet was Zilly, Godzilla. And Lizzie is just like Zilly backwards. That if my high school ex-boyfriend ever creeps my socials, I'd be like, excuse me, Serena, you stole my lizard name and made it backwards. What are you doing, babe? I thought she was going to come around, but instead she's just staring at you guys, I guess. Oh, there she goes. She's got her PBS on in here. I don't even know what this show is, but it's cute. Kind of looks like Gumball, but it's not Gumball. But I feel like it's similar animators. It's a similar style as Gumball. Oh! I pulled us down. And zoomed us in crazy style. Jeez. Sheesh. I'm gonna shop for new tripods tonight. I can't do this tripod nonsense anymore. I can't do it. I don't need one with built-in lights. I'm okay with this light situation, but like a built-in battery would be cool. I would like that. That would kind of accomplish all of my needs. Figaro, oh, what a cute name. The ring light gives off like a little bit of heat, and I think they do like it, like a little lizard lamp. Whether kitty or critter. Name theft is the highest crime in regard to pets. I try to be very careful and not name anyone anything that I've heard before, unless it's just the outdoor kitties, because, well, not just the outdoor kitties, but they get pretty generic names because I try not to fall in love with them. Oh, happy little, like, full circle, though. So Void, I called Toothless outside for a while before I was more invested in trying to make it work with her. And Gigi, when she goes to be a barn kitty, her name is going to be Toothless, which is, like, kismet in my soul. It's so special. Ghidorah could work if you want to go the kaiju route. Oh, that is cute. It is very cute. Would that be more feminine leaning or more masculine leaning? Or would it be Zoomy Zoom? A gender neutral name. It is a nice necklace. You guys just got a good view of it. I don't know how I zoomed that all the way. I don't even know how to train your barn cat. She is kind of a little baby dragon. What you doing, Peebs? Come here. Says, where's Club Colt? How do I see them through here? What do we do? How do we get there? There's no kitty here. What you guys talking about? I do this with her with my bathrobe every morning. We just boop boop around. Boop boop. Boop boop. You need alley-oop? Okay. I didn't want that to fall on you. You me cozy girl? No, she's gonna be zoomy girl. Zoomy girl. Zoomy girl. Oh, when I put this back, I put it in front of the camera. We have a very rickety ass fucking Pollock ass setup going on tonight. Peekaboo. Beebs. Boop. It's like, no, you took away my curtain of safety. I'm running to my iPad. I'm telling Dad. You don't have a dad. It's just me. Boop. She is too zazzed for cuddles. She also doesn't well, she hasn't before reacted to duck sounds like the other ones. She doesn't care. She says, I was friends with the ducklings. They were my brethren. You can't fool me. The pure focus on her face. Little zazzy girl. Aww. PB, there's a big version of you named Luna. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. I wonder what your name will be, PB. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. You're just a pretty little baby. Boop, 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 boop. There's a tail attached to your butt. Oh my god. Oh my god, get it. Who pinned the tail on you? Who pinned the tail on the PB? Who pinned the tail on the PB? Who? 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 Boop, boop, boop. Do 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 do. Skirp. There were two of her. It would be like the twins in The Shining. That's my coffees. Can't have. Pretty sure my aunt got me this cup. Dogs are my favorite people. And PB too. She's my favorite people too. She's so foolish. It's like she forgot something. She turns around like, oh wait. Oh wait. Oh wait. Are you gonna do the same thing again? Peepers. She's so repetitive. So silly. That's her way of figuring out the world, but it's adorable and cute. It's very cute. No, her little bounces are hilarious. Like, she doesn't jump normally. She just gets air and then comes back down. It's like someone goes under her and goes, then blows her up and then she bobs back down. Aww. She's always been a baby girl. Just a little snuggle bubby. It's so cute. Aww. I feel like I've had unique experiences fostering kittens so far. It hasn't been really linear to anything that I've read about or their behavior. That's so funny though. That's kind of how Munster was when he was a baby. My oldest cat. Had him since he was 16. Or since I was 16. And he would be so playful. But only for a short while. But he would play peekaboo. And then he'd just snooze out in the pillows when he was done playing peekaboo. Like he would play in my dad's love seat, go behind the pillow, and then we'd hide under the couch and peek! Peek! And he'd pop up out of the pillow at the same time. And we'd do that for just a few minutes, then he'd be like, okay, it's time to sleep behind the pillow now. It's EP. It's bedtime. Munster being such a grumpy gremlin of the world that he is now, it's hard to imagine that he was ever the baby that he was. He was so sweet when he was a baby. Now he's just a grumpy man. And he's allowed to be a grumpy man. He's been through a lot. So I was playing chicken with your power chair to ensure you love her and you want to run her over. No. Can't do that. Oh my god. Now I can't unsee that. Anytime anyone weaves around my legs or tries to trip me, I'm gonna call it playing chicken now. Thank you for that. Can I get some eatsies? Good. You worked up an appetite. Didn't eat very much today. We'll see what her weight is tomorrow. She was 1,666 grams today, on the dot. She's the double today. Hungry. Okay, crunchy your munchies. Crunchy your munchies. Let's pop up. Ooh, that was like a weird hiccup, but not. I don't know what that was. It was a hiccup burp. It was a herp. Bop back up to our main spot. I don't know what I want to play tonight. Do we want to play some Spore? Do we want to play some Solitaire? Do we want to let Voya pick out some Gamba? Do we want to play some Wizards? I feel like you guys are just going to tell me, do what you want to do, Serena. And I want to do all the things, but I can't do all the things at the same time. There's only one of me. I don't know what I want to do. I don't know. I don't know. I do know I gotta pee. Can you slow us down without dropping us, please? Don't mind Voya's dirty t-shirt collection over there. He likes my stinky t-shirts. They're not like stinky, but they smell like me. I know you guys always say do what you want to do, but I don't know what I want to do. I'm giving us options. I'm giving us options. Miss Voya, aww. Before I turn this off, Voya and Chong are so in love with each other, and I really wonder if it's like he just loves her for no reason. But I mean, she's cute. I love her too. But does Void tolerate him more because he looks like Daisy? Hi, Mama. They were just laying in bed really close together, and Void got excited and got up. He's a big Daisy. It's Daisy all grown up. Just kidding. It's Chong. But they're so loving each other. They haven't had a single moment of conflict. It's been glorious. I wonder what the affinity for that would be. You played GTA on the PS5, would come in every day and be like, come tell me what you need. I'm a billionaire. And that's not happening. I don't have a PS5. I don't have GTA. We're missing two integral components of that, unfortunately. Aww. Oh, I love that you're committed to being a rescuer, the Ghost of Laura. Makes you an awesome human. Makes you an awesome human. Very much so. Socks are falling down. Need a wheel of games? Is that what I can repurpose this to? There's not enough slots on here. I'm gonna turn it around. There's not enough slots on here for everything that I wanted to use it for before, so I use a digital wheel on my phone for other streams. But I've been wondering what I can use this for that wouldn't be like against TOS, like not in terms of what it offers, but in terms of like winning or prizes, etc. So that is kind of against TOS. We could use this as a choosing point. Maybe. Now I really gotta pee. Hi, boy, Rudy. You're so cute. You're so cute. Peeps, did I put your milk away? I think so. I don't see it. Is it in the fridge? Hello, Mama Bear. No boy to Rooney. Chong still looks like a pillow to you. He is a little pillow. He's the fluffy boy. He's the fluffy boy. What did I mention that's MTG? I'm not cool enough to know abbreviations. If only. Chong is a fluffy guy. I feel like that's such an annoying sound, but I like doing it. Light, you are bright. Shine, light, shine bright. Be a star. Where you live, where you are, be a star. I think that's from the Lizzie McGuire movie. I think. Pretty sure. Magic? What did I say it was magic? Oh, no, I didn't mention Magic the Gathering. I've never played Magic the Gathering. I have a funny story about Magic the Gathering, though. I like going to conventions, whether I'm, like, working them or just participating. And I was at C2E2 a few years ago, and I went by an author's booth, and their business cards had Magic the Gathering, like the back of a card on their card, the same pattern. But from afar, it looked like a Yu-Gi-Oh card, and I made a complete ass out of myself by saying, "Oh my god, your cards have Yu-Gi-Oh! That's so awesome." And the author was super sweet, but his assistant was like one of those guys, you know, like an elitist. He just looked at me so dirty, because I'm just this dumb girl in a Spider-Man outfit that's not character correct and more lewd than not, and just looks at me and goes, "It's Magic the Gathering." That felt really good. I didn't know, though. I'd never seen a Magic card, and it looks like Yu-Gi-Oh! From far away. It does. But I stopped at the booth again the next day because I was really actually interested in buying the book the author had. Do I have it out here? I wonder where it would be. I read it and it was nice, but I never bought more in the series because I got busy with other stuff. Where would it be? Let me see if I can find it. But they were nicer to me the next day, I think, because I came back and probably didn't prove that I wasn't a dumb girl, but at least wasn't a bit more mindful and respectful about it. I didn't know, though. They made me feel so dumb. It was no bueno. I don't remember what I suggested. Spore. Wizard 101. Solitaire. Oh, I said Gamba. That might have sounded like magic. Let Voya choose some Gamba. Let me see if I can find this book. I'm really curious to show you guys. I can't remember the name of the author, so shame on me for that. I don't know if it's in the random assortment over here. Those are series in some pieces. These are classics. Oh, you know what? I think I had them on my shelves as like stream stuff. I think it's boxed up to go to the French then. More than likely. More than likely. It just sounds like you're summoning a cat or something. Summoning the kittens of the world. I'm so proud of your son when you heard about Dragon Ball Z. I think he was like, oh, is that like Pokemon? Your other friends got so mad. Oh, jeez. Minesweeper is your vote. I'm bad at Minesweeper. I'm bad at everything, to be fair. Oh my gosh. You'd correct with kindness if there was a girl in a lewd Spider-Man outfit. I mean, no matter what I'm wearing, we should correct with kindness. I obviously didn't know, but they look similar. Like, I don't have to prove this to you guys, but like, for the record, to set the record straight here, they look similar, especially from afar. Especially from afar. Oh, Google is pretty today. Oh, it's Chinese New Year. I forgot about that. I like how we got like 3 New Year's. Like, they're both brown. I guess that's the point I'm trying to make. From afar, it's a similar layout. From a distance. No, give yourself like 10 feet back. And then the difference between the two. Okay, maybe they don't look that similar and I did make a fool out of myself, but still, it's the thought that counts. It's the thought that counts. See, that's all I would hope for in nerds. That's all I expect from my nerdy boys. I love you all so much, but just don't be mean. I mean, you can be as awkward as you want. I'm awkward. But just don't be mean. Don't let your awkwardness come off as meanness. Be better. You can do that. It's one simple choice in the world. Boy is a hungry man. He's always a hungry man. Now he's a thirsty man. He's always a hungry man unless he's a thirsty man. They are both cards. You know what? Shut up. I guess now that I'm looking at them side to side, it's should have been more discernible that one is not. But I saw a brown card and I got excited for Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm like at Disneyland. I'm like a little kid when I'm at conventions. Especially C2E2. I love C2E2. And just everything is like, oh, happy, exciting. Not looking for the fine details in life. I'm just taking it all in. It's the year of the horse now. Year of the ponies. It's the year of the ponies. One does say magic on it. Well, maybe I can't read. Maybe. Just maybe. Thank you. I appreciate that very much. In a crowded convention center at a distance, I can get the mistake. Exactly. There's just so much going on that it was easy to mistake it for. But I was so genuinely excited, like with the gusto of wrongness. I'm like, oh my god, your cards are Yu-Gi-Oh cards. They're Magic the Gathering. Well, sorry. Where can I throw my nerd card out? I don't know. Someone's gonna be mean. You prefer they just be straight mean? I mean, I would prefer no one be mean at all. It's not nice to be mean. Just saying. I mean, it got a book sold by me thinking it was Yu-Gi-Oh cards, kind of. It attracted me to the booth. I have one of the free Yu-Gi-Oh games for dueling. I have one of the Yu-Gi-Oh games on the Switch. But I don't have, like, the dual deck or anything anymore. I had a dual deck for a while, but I've never actually played Yu-Gi-Oh competitively. I mostly just collected the cards. I never actually played with the cards. One, because I didn't have any friends that were into it. And two, I just think they're really pretty and nice, and I loved the show, and I had no desire to really competitively play it, even just in a friendly manner. I'm not very competitive at all. And that's helpful, but not. So many Yu-Gi-Oh cards and so many Pokemon cards. I never did shit but collect them. I ended up giving all of my Yu-Gi-Oh cards to my nephew except for my Harpies ladies. One, because the age he got them at, that would have been a little inappropriate. Because some of their cards, their clothing is sheer. There's a Free the Nip campaign going on there. I still love those, and that's it. You throw your nerd card out. Make sure you grab the right one. Regulative. Gotta set her straight. What is the Yu-Gi-Oh game that's on the Switch? I don't remember. I do want to make borscht soon. I think it was available on the PlayStation too. Oh, I don't know what it would have been. Master Duel. That one. That one. That one. Only competitive for CS? Kind of. I get competitive in Overwatch too, and I think the reason that I don't like Rocket League is because it forces you to be competitive, and then it therefore agitates me. I might have a clip of me playing Rocket League. I don't know. I get mad during Rocket League. I don't like Rocket League. I'm bad at Rocket League. Oh, shut up. Why is my browser not muted? You don't need to hear the echo of the hatred of Rocket League. Nothing wrong. Don't even know how to look through all of these. At some point, I want to make a compilation of all of my clips and make that my starting soon screen. Whoa! A bunch of them are gone. It's only showing the ones that I've clipped. That has to be an error? It's set to sort by views, but it's showing by all time. I only have like 23 clips up here, and I had so many other ones. Like, there's ones that visually I know that I'm missing. Ones that I've clipped and other people have clipped. That has to be an error at the moment. But to be fair, I might have deleted the Rocket League one myself, specifically. Because I was being bitch-assy. You don't need an angry gamer girl up here. Oh my god, take me back to my dash. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Starting to recent only shows from, or only showed, I think, from today. I look at last day, there's one. Last week, there's one. Last month, there's 4. Yeah, okay. So there's the ones of PB if I look at last month. But if I look at all time, then there's a crap ton of them missing. It has to be an error. I don't know. That's an interesting one. I think I do remember seeing that one on PlayStation 2, in the PlayStation Store. I like it. It's fun to fuck with. I don't think I've played it on stream yet. I think I actually started playing it when I was in the hospital. Don't play much multiplayer since awkward talent hands make team play hard. You feel like you're letting people down. I get that. I don't like multiplayer either. One, I do feel like also I'm letting people down. And two, it's like stressful and pressure. Like it makes me like hyperventilate and uncomfortable. I don't like it. Like, just let me do my own thing in games. I don't care what the rest of the world is doing. It's none of my business. It's none of my business. The more recent settings only showed the ones from the past month. On all time isn't showing all of them or even the most recent ones from the month. It has to be an error of sorts. It'll be fine. It was a weird discovery though. Ow. That couch in PB's room is uncomfy to sleep on, which I can't complain. I chose to sleep in there, but I'm gonna complain anyway, even though I can't. I can't, but I can. Multiplayer is awkward. I don't know what I want. I don't know what I want. I want to look for another tripod. That's what I want to do. And then we'll figure out what we want to play. I can't see through my microphone. Oh, I don't think I'm signed into Amazon on here. Am I? Nope. I mean, I could just like share it and email it to myself, but why not make life easier for future Serena? And just log in, so it'll stay that way. Approve. Thank you. Cord, why are you so far away? Don't you know I'm lazy? I'm lazy. No, you don't need to do all the things, you goober. Goofy goober. Cat got up and hijacked the view between me and you to watch you. Aww. Hi, kitty. Meow. 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 Everyone, bring your cats to stream. I will communicate to them. I was looking for a plushie, and I think I'm just going to end up doing one of the cuddle clones. Not going to plug it all in now, but... Oh, that's a different one. Budsies. I don't know what you are. I don't know what their general pricing is. I meant to look that up, too. Aww, PJs, that's cute. Actually, I wonder if they have like a locket. I have trimmings of his hair. That's funny. You can take your buddy golfing with you. Well, they do a whole bunch of different animals. That's cool. It's not bad. I expected it to be about $200. Thing that annoys you about the clipping editor is it doesn't quite save the clip exactly how it's framed up. No, it doesn't. If there's a good moment that's clippable, you have to, I can't remember, either go back or forward like 60 seconds to get that potential like 30 seconds out of the 60 seconds that you're looking for. It's not as intuitive as Twitch is, unfortunately. I think they said in one of the recent Kick Talks that they're going to be working on that, but they're always working on everything, and does it always work? You never know. I think they have like a multi-step process. Where you send in pictures and then they do a mock-up. Voice, come back. And make sure it's like exactly what you want it to be. I wanted to do one of these for Patches, but then I found the Build-A-Bear that looked so much like her. They have a locket? I guess I could just get a regular locket. It's cute though. It's already got the S on it. We just need Chauncey's face. Let's consult the experts maybe for a minute. Otherwise, I'll just look at tripods and maybe not have the best ideas. I do find it very irksome as well. I would agree with that. I have trimmings of his hair. Things you can say about a pet, but not a human, unless you're a Yandere. You're not wrong. It is true. If it was a person, it'd be like a murder trophy. But because he's a dog, it's a beautiful keepsake memento. I'm like looking at this but not reading it. Furniture's portability and stability. I almost said stability. 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 The stability of the tripod. Does the mini one get tall though? I feel like that's counterproductive. Like mini is mini, but maybe they just mean like mini handheld.
I think this extends up to about 6'2" or so. Let's see here.
You're so loud.
Dude, I'm not super tall.
Why can't I adjust
Certainly
this?
not as tall bull squatch or
Stop
so.
shouting at
But
me,
also
man.
point out, look at how much floor space
Thank you.
these type of tripods
Okay,
have.
it is tall.
You're not going to be getting into tight spaces with this, and it really gets in the way. That's why I ended up getting one of these. This is the Ulanzi MT89. This is actually very well made. I've had this one for a while now. Completely
Does
made
it stay little?
out of aluminum. Not sponsored or anything. I bought this myself. Been trying to up my YouTube work content creation quality for everybody. And this is much faster. You just take this, it expands out. You can tighten it down here. And then you can extend
Yes!
This one does go
Want that?
pretty tall
Maybe.
as well. Most of you know that I record outside. And you might be worried about the footing of this outside. But it does have quite a good footing.
We need that too.
I record outside all the time.
Okay, I think he has some good ideas here. Thank you, Caleb Ross. How is this like a 6-minute short? I guess you can post vertical videos on YouTube now? I've never seen a vertical video that's not a short on YouTube before. But like that's what it is. It's not a short. It's interesting. Don't shut your face while I put my volume back. Ba-ding, 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 ba-ding. You're gonna have the link for whatever this is. I wish the DJI was more reliable to connect. That would be so amazing to stream off of. Are you only on this website? I don't like ordering from just random places. Feeling very grandpa-like. It's $1 more expensive. So many technical YouTubers just shout. It's weird. That is something I've noticed as well. I think it has a lot to do with, though, that they're generally, like, presenting information, so they're further away from the microphone and camera for more of, like, a TV perspective versus, like, hi, I'm a streamer and I'm in your face saying things perspective. And then you overcompensate for volume that way. You gotta do a shout test before you start and test your audio, but, you know, why bother to do that, I guess. Maybe shorts are getting up to 6 minutes, thus increasing the attention span of the next generation beyond 4 seconds. That would be nice. But I think the layout of it determined that it wasn't shorts, because shorts are rounded on the side and it'll say the shorts logo at the bottom. Shorts, not pants. MT89. Is that one? Yes. So it's $1 more on there. $28.99, $29.95. But there's a coupon. So it's 50 cents cheaper. Okay, see, now this is gonna fuck me up. What's the difference? Oh, that one's twice as expensive. That's what the difference is. It's the upgraded version. It looks like that can hold, like, a lot of heavy stuff, though. They have a light box on it in the pictures. I kind of like it. Does it have a battery to it, though? That's kind of something I wanted. I mean, we can just stick it on there, but... Float about 2.2 pounds. So it would hold a phone and the battery to put onto it. Portable adjustable light stand with 1/4 inch quick release. So, oh, they have a light attached to it. We could probably still clip on. I like that it tilts all the way around and, like, way forward. Fast setup, full versatility. Put this on the screen. Solid support for every shot. That one's cheaper, but I'm curious what the difference is. That's kind of neat. It has like a handheld bitty. You see the pictures of different ways people have set it up. Very visual person. Perfect for perhaps unexpected use. You put a Starlink Mini on it. That's what it is. I thought it was a tablet. That's cool, though. That's pretty ingenious. I wonder if Elmo charges more for the stands. Or if they don't sell them at all. That's such a neat setup. That's cool. I wish I knew how to decorate. I don't know how to decorate. I'm bad at decorating. Oh, this one's shorter. We'd only be at eye level. You guys couldn't hover over me. Gotta save where you can. No, it's very true. I try to be as mindful and frugal as possible. At this point, though, I mean, we've had so many, like, I want to try this, let's improve stream. I want to try this, let's improve stream. Like, we've taken all of the steps to get to the permanent, which won't be any kind of permanent because things always break anyway, kind of tripod selection. I'm ready to have a grab and go tripod. I really like that the other one had lights on it, though. I could be willing to stick on a battery pack if it didn't just have lights. Well, what are they doing with that? What's going on with that one? Is that the same thing I had? Did I put the original one in my cart so I don't lose it? There. It's a possibility. That's different, but it looks like the nicer version. Is it made out of plastic or made out of metal? Thought the face tracking would be fun with the other one, but we really didn't end up using it. But I think we will more so at the Franch, especially like setting everything up. It'd be nice to just place the camera somewhere and be able to go this way and that way and every which way and just have it. Like we're royalty. Royalty to the world. What is it made out of? More lights to fall off and torture me. What are you made out of? I thought that said resistant to biting. Where it says tilting. Think what, the dog is gonna chew on it? Possibly. What are you made out of? I don't want it if it's plastic. Hey Ziggy, hey Gunther. Oh, they touched nosies. They're so cute. They're so cute. Structure is prone to tipping over. I mean, that's not great. Did I just miss that information somewhere? Made of aluminum alloy. Aluminium. It's a possible idea. What's the difference? A or B? Oh, it's different lighting things. I mean, those are kind of nicer than the circle ones, but the circle ones weren't too intense from the other one either. It's a contender. Did I lose my Google? Go, Gunther, go! Go for the gold! I don't want to know the individual ones. I want to know one that has all of them. Probably doesn't exist unless you put it together yourself. I don't know if I'll find what I'm looking for. What are you? Has like a little stand for a battery. I mean, that's not really conducive to walking around the house with it, but that's neat to just like place it if we're in one spot for a while. It's a 12-inch ring light. That's maybe a little too big. Oh, it comes with the phone. I don't know. Bigger is better. Dual phone holders. You can go either. Ah. Oh, I kind of like this. Tell me about yourself. Tell me. Tell me. Ow, I let my foot go to sleep.
Tripod bundle that comes with an adjustable tripod stand, a 12-inch ring light, a power bank to power
There's
it,
Star Wars Shakespeare parodies too.
the carry bag to
I don't know if those are out here, if they're packed up with my stream stuff too. I think they are packed up with my stream stuff. All of my kitschy nerd stuff got boxed up to go to the French.
It's incredible for mobile live streams, for musicians, entertainers, and gamers, for makeup tutorials, for TikTok.
The Star Wars ones are the ones that got me hooked on it though. Highly recommend.
Or even academic classes like virtual tutoring. It's great for video chats, conference calls, and much more. The Halo Light is super easy to assemble with the light screwing directly onto the top of the tripod stand. The tripod stand is 2-point adjustable from 31.5 inches to 78 inches tall, so you can find the perfect height for your setup. And you can even angle the Halo Light itself in different positions for the best lighting. And the attachable shelf clamps anywhere on the tripod stand to hold any extra...
I feel like this is either a fantastic product or just like
Now, there are
a catfish
actually two ways
product.
to mount your smartphone onto
Like, it looks really good on paper, but
gooseneck smartphone mount that screws
it's
right
shit.
into the middle of the Halo Light. The second way is to use a smartphone clamp that can attach anywhere on the tripod stand. You can
That would be
also
nice for like having stream behind light and like chat up there though.
platforms or recording a video on two different cameras. The multiple
Yeah, that's what we gotta get Father TV hooked on next.
your smartphones for recording, streaming, or even taking Now, if you are only using one phone on the gooseneck mount, you can actually use the second clamp mount to hold the power bank that powers the light. Now, the power bank actually has 2 USB ports on it. You can power both the light and your smartphone at the same time for a completely mobile and portable rig that will give you light for up to 5 hours. This also allows you to record anywhere with the best...
Okay, so at this point I'm kind of thinking that we need 2 different IRL tripods. In terms of if we're doing a big project and I want it to be wide angle, just like out and about, but in one space, but not necessarily the stream room, because otherwise that would be counterproductive, then this would be fantastic. Especially because there's the power bank, then I wouldn't have to pay attention to battery or anything. But then in terms of walking around, perhaps the other one with just like a clip light on it, like I was doing this one, would be the best way to go about it. Because I'm seeing the use and utility of both, and I don't think there's going to be a lightweight version of this to appease my soul versus a heavy-duty version of this to meet my needs. That's kind of the train of thought that I'm on at the moment.
Plug the USB power cable for the light directly into a USB wall block and plug it straight into
Yeah, the Star Wars one's
also
nice.
comes with a USB charging cable, so you
They're
can
so
charge it
cool.
when you're not using it. Now, once you have the light
It's one of
powered up,
the few
all
things I was inspired by from my niece and nephew's dad, because he's kind of a dingus.
and cycle between 3
But he introduced me to those, and I loved it. It was so cool.
Daylight for outdoor
It was so
use,
cool.
too white for either indoor or outdoor use. But of course, these are just suggestions.
Like Star Wars written in prose, yes please.
Adjust the brightness to your
It's a
preference.
Ghostbuster
Another
one.
feature we added to this light is a shoe mount
I
in
like the
middle
idea of
light so
that.
you can attach a microphone to use with your
Those have been on my wish list for forever, like since I first started streaming, I think back in like, or since I first committed to streaming back in like 2016, because I started streaming in 2014, but committed in 2016. It's been 10 years. Whoa. That's cool. Technically not till March, but still.
The Halo 12 tripod bundle is a complete kit that comes with everything you will need for
Those have been on there for forever.
photos or live streams.
My niece and nephew were still little when I came across them.
So if you're looking for an adjustable tripod stand, a 12-inch Halo ring light, a power bank,
I
to
kind of
power
like
everything,
this.
2 smartphone mounts, an attachable shelf, and a carry bag to
The
carry
telescoping
everything
pole
on the go,
won't it be super
no
convenient?
further than the
It
Halo
won't be
12
super
tripod
convenient.
bundle from Rockford.
I can read. It won't be super convenient to mount clamps on it. Mostly not. But this is just Velcroed. I mean, assuming my phone ever wants to get back to holding a full charge. This is just, what are these called? Bungee corded and Velcroed on. And this I've just been clipping to my phone instead of the tripod. So I don't think that'll be too much of a concern. I like this. Is it on Amazon? Because you're a random company. Nope. Oh, I do like the UB size ones though. That's what this one is. I'm using these tripods for so long. They're so nice. They just wrap around everything. Well, isn't that schmancy? We can be little rainbow dashies. Such a big light. I feel like a 6-inch ring light would be better. Why so big? I do not think. Why aren't you fancy? It's like a little go-mobile. That's really cool, actually. Alright, listen up here, Club Cult. Mic drop. Although I probably wouldn't want to drop that mic if it's $135 fucking dollars. That's a lot of dollars. Kind of. Not really. When you think about it in terms of dollars, it's not that much. When you think about it in terms of pet food, it can be allocated into better places. I think we have options, and I like what I see. I have to mull it over the next couple of days of 2 things and don't sacrifice what I want, or 1 thing and do sacrifice some things that I want. I have to put it up for consideration. Let's pop around with some Spore. Now I've decided what I want. Bum. Spore. Dude, no, don't open like that. Oh, I thought it could just open the game. I didn't think it would launch Steam. Why is it so big? It's going full. Have we played it on this computer? We had to have. Why is it so big? I need to adjust the screen size. Oh, snap. I gotta move. I gotta move all of this. How to make you small. There's no settings page from the front. Is that where we were before? It's blue. It's telling me things. I am giant. I want to get my screen where how I want it before I fix me. Got to sort out your priorities. Can't even get to the bottom of the window. What the fork? Why would you open so big? Does anyone know if there's a quick keyboard toggle for settings in here? I can't even click all the things. No, I didn't mean to move you. Yo, what the French? I cannot make the window any higher to get to the bottom of it. Do I need to just shrink my taskbar? And then you hover on it and it comes back up. Options. Settings. Will you make yourself small? This is too much. I need it to be how it was. Oh, screen size. Why did you not make it smaller? Oh, changing screen size will require a restart and may affect your performance. Okay. Did I save whatever I did? Redo. 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 Ministers of Grace, the unauthorized Shakespeare parody of Ghostbusters is the Ghostbuster one. Nice! I'll have to look it up. Those are so beautiful. They're so much fun. Boy is going to be watching and waiting and listening and lurking. Or maybe not, because this is gonna get blooped over here. Bloop bloop. Welcome, One Pro. We're gonna play some Spore. I would like a junk food game that, oh, it's a cute little paw print. I don't know if that's islands or supposed to be a paw print, but it looks like a paw print. We're gonna play some junk food games for a little bit tonight. Some easy peasy, but still requires focusies. And swap our categories. You cannot impress the Toko Cat. Don't I know? I didn't change anything. Although I did updates. I wonder if updates put monitor settings back to, or monitor resolution back to default. I love Windows updates. They do such good things. They do such good things. Right, I know Mercury isn't in Gatorade yet, but the shadow period is dark tonight. It is dark. The Shadow Realm. Do you guys remember the book, oh my god, what would it be? I think it was a show too. The Littles. That's what I feel like I am right now on like the floor of the screen background. It was a show. It was very cute. Little book series. Or like The Borrowers. I forgot about The Borrowers. That was so funny. I think we saw that one in theaters. It was cute. It was very cute. Hey, thank you. Cheers. Appreciate it. Do I have any hidden talents? We were just talking about this last night on stream. My one massive, amazing, incredible hidden talent is so super cool, you won't believe it. I can pretty much always accurately guesstimate the time like any time of day within 10 minutes. I always know what time it is. That's my hidden talent. I'm playing God. Be very, very afraid. Hey, thank you for the cheer. It was very kind. Very kind. Get you up on the board. Creaky chair. Is something eating me? What does that thing over his head mean? Is he thinking about hungries? Is he hungry? Is he hungry, hungry, hungry? The Borrowers was so cute. It was adorable. Am I starving? Is that what that means? Oh no, I'm sorry, little guy. Did we just tack him? We haven't played this long enough. Oh wait, I'm an herbivore. I eat plants. Shiny. Shiny! It's a Lardvark. It's a fat Arthur. I forgot to eat plants. Does that mean I'm starving? Eat the fruit. Okay, that looks like that's helping and improving. So let's keep that up a little bit. Crunchy munchy. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. Right, are you happy and satiated yet? Oh, you can't get to that one. I'm sorry, little buddy. I didn't mean to build you like that. I didn't mean to make life hard for you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He doesn't have a thing over his head anymore. I think he's happy now. Is he stuck in the trees? Okay. He got such a funny face. I love him. He got the face only a mother could love. They look kind of like mangoes. I was thinking like more orange dragon fruits. Like they look textured, but they do look kind of... They are mango colored. I would agree with that. Now he's gonna get fat. That looks stinky. I think that's a no-no touch. I don't know. I've never seen that before. Impress 3 pair to ally. Reward 25 DNA. Find new parts to evolve. Where do we want to explore at to find new parts? What on the map indicates that there's a question mark over here? What is questionable? Up the hill. It's little compies. I mean, they're hive hats. But it's a compy. I live for nostalgia, the Ghost Fedora. I live for it. Oh. Oh, that's trouble sounds. Oh no. Oh, how do I hurt him? No. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Ah! How do I fight? The goddamn Togo cat. Ah! Some are innately hostile. Your actions turn them permanently away from you. Beware. Fuck! That's jump. Mating call. Sneak. What are you? Am I giving him a chance to be my friend? I don't remember what I'm doing with this at all. He looks mad. I don't think he wants to be my friend. Eat something, return to your nesty. Oops. Oops. Of course, ooh, shiny is gonna ruin my life. No! No! Run away before you die. Does he get resurrected or do we have to start over? Why do I have to stop at the shiny things? I do that in shooters too. Oh, let me loot up while I'm getting murdered. I am reborn. I'm just a little guy. Or is this like my child seeking vengeance for me? You're so cute. You're so cute. Learn to spit. That'd probably be helpful. Spit level 1. Okay, learn to charge. So do you have to die to learn how to fight? Why are they laughing at me? Shut the fuck up, bitches. Bitches! I think the game is kind of loud. Nope, IMAB has been reborn. Wait, which one is me? Was that... What? Am I not IMAB anymore? I'ma be. Oh, we're all IMAB. I am as he is, you are we, and we are all together. Is it stinky? Oh no, that's like a frog. That's not a frog. Okay, now that I know how to fight, fucking come at me, bro. Come at me, bro. Actually don't, because I'll panic, but... Does that mean this area is sufficiently explored because I got killed? Sorry, I didn't mean to walk you into a tree there, friend. I feel like I'm at the dunes, like the blue dunes, but it's nice. We're in Indiana Spore. Oh, that's a tree. I thought that was like a big-ass dinosaur over there. Hi, boya. Baby boya. Oh, there's more question mark stuff over here. The graspers. And red combies. Are they bad guys or good guys? Hunt 3 scorebow. Reward 20 DNA. Hunt the species and eventually extinct them. Well, that's not very nice, but... Okay. Oh, there's only a timer to that. That wasn't in the tutorial. It's cute. They're neutral. No other enemies. It gave me an objective to do it. It told me to. I'm just being a good listener. So that's awfully violent for the little vegetarian that I am. It's a dietary choice. It's not about the ethics for this guy, I guess. Maybe meat just gives him an upset tummy. It's got spore IBS. It gave you that... Oh! Why do these creatures have to be so human? Why? I didn't know I was in a... You know what? That's just how I look. Okay? I'm not always aggressive. That's just how I look. Kind of like my permanent resting bitch face. If I look at something for too long without saying anything and don't emote, I look like I'm fucking pissed. And he just looks like he's having fighting words, even though he's not, and I'm generally not pissed. It's not our fault. How do we not have an aggressive stance? That's just what he looks like. That's who he is. And now we have the objective. So that's too late. I guess I am aggressive. You're big guys. I'm not going near you. Where'd the little guys go? Which way were they? I feel like I probably shouldn't walk on that. It's like a geyser of sand. So we gotta get 2 more of them, because apparently I'm fucking aggressive. Okay. Ugh. Chomp chomp. Om nom. I'm sorry, little buddy. Apparently just that's life. He seems awfully happy about being aggressive. Is he eating him? He's a vegetarian. I made him barf. Why didn't he eat the other one, though? Maybe I accidentally clicked it. No, they're all scared. I feel bad. Buddies. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, he big mad. He a big mad little guy. Big mad. Red bar at the bottom is resting bitch face. You gotta click the green one if you want to be all smiley. Oh! I didn't look at the descriptors, only the visual. I assumed this would bring up like a chat bar. Alright, let's be a nice guy. We'll probably finish last, but I'm okay with that. You're very low in health. Eat something. You know what? I wish I had something that popped up IRL for me that would say that. Extinctified them. I completed the objective. Eat it. I did my best. I'm just a little guy evolving and learning in this here vicinity. You see. I'm just a little guy. Bomb has been planted. Not by Gunther this time. I might be able to let that one through. Let me see. Moderation is like customizable, just not in a very intuitive way. What did that get flagged for? I guess the French slander would have fallen under bullying, which is kind of even funnier. So, like, what's hilarious to me, and I think there's probably something going on with moderation in general on Kick tonight, but that got borked, but a certain word that begins with the letter H made it through, and that's also on my banned word list. Unless somehow it got yeeted out. No, it's on my banned word list. I mean in capital letters. Let's try in lowercase letters too. I don't know if that really makes a difference. I don't think it should. I think something funny is going on with that tonight. Something funny is going on with Kick in general tonight. Because all my clips are not there. Sometimes things are more accurate on mobile than on web, though. You know what I find really interesting is that I get 3 different view numbers for my streams. Have a wonderful night. Thank you so much for taking the time here, Ghost Fedora. It was very kind of you to pop in. I hope you have a really, really good rest of your night. A wonderful rest of your week if I don't see you. But it's showing me 3 different view counts for stream. It'll show me when I open my stream, like to look back at it in a little corner, a number. And then it'll show me on my main dash on PC a different number. And then when I look at my phone on mobile, it'll show me a different number. So I have like literally no idea what my stats are, except for some average in between those three numbers. Breakdance, breakdance, breakdance. I don't know what I pressed to make him do that, but it was cute. The moderator dash is probably the truest one. I would think so. It's just weird. I wonder if they're measuring different metrics, though. Like concurrent viewers versus average viewers versus anyone who's clicked in. We just eaten tonight, I guess. The others don't update as frequently. I am, like, not looking forward to the day that Kick comes out of beta, but I also am. So much will be less fuddy-duddy. But everything will tighten up and be more stricter. Doot, 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 doot. Find new parts to evolve. Where do we go to find new parts? I'm gonna keep looking for the question marks. I don't know if that's actually what I'm supposed to do. Is that a dog? No, that's a tree. Shiny! Are there new parts hidden in these, maybe? Oh, I think so. And then we go to our customized screen. I am friend! I am friend! They look mad! I think I have to fight them. I don't think they care that I am friend. They look like electric porcupines. With the little zappies zapping out of them. Electric porcupines. I don't even know what these guys are. The forbidden moose. No, don't bite my butt. Don't bite my butt. Oh, wait, there's another thing? Why? What, you want to fight? Bitch. Why do I don't have a target? Well, target. You fucknut. Om nom. Om nom nom. Om nom nom. Now we can hunt 2 more plubes for some more DNA. We reach that? Oh, I'm sorry, little buddy. He's just a short king. It's not his fault. There's some low-hanging fruit. Freaking plubes. Send peebs after the plubes next time. Pretty sure it's a sliding average for the other windows. That would sound to be accurate. I mean, one of those numbers is roughly correct, so that's all that matters. I don't really care in general. I just like knowing... No, what do I like knowing? I like auditing myself and giving the perspective of, okay, this is what I did yesterday. And possibly it was interesting, or possibly there's just a bunch of bored people, or possibly it wasn't interesting, or possibly the site was glitching, or really no one was on last night, like, for whatever it may be. It just makes me curious of, like, little improvements that I can do. Then sometimes it doesn't even make sense, because there would be a ridiculous amount of views for what I think is absolutely stupid non-tent. And other things I try immensely for, and it's like, no one's watching. But it does have a lot to do with the time of year and what day it is, what time. Like, there's you can never do anything perfect streaming because there's just way too many outstanding and outlying factors. No one should strive to become the perfect streamer because it is simply impossible. All you can do in life is your best. Oh, these guys. Meh. Where are they? They're making goat sounds. Where's this whatever you speak of? I'm afraid to stop moving. So there's a question mark here. Is it just gone now? I guess it's just gone now. It's not for me. Where were the plubes? The plubles. There's a blue thing. There's somewhere over here. A little blue critter. You're not a plube. You're a scary guy. Scary. Scary. Oh, that's poison, not plube. I think it's poison. It's emanating something, which makes it look like poison. Yeah, fuck that fruit. Now I'm on a mission. Where's the fruits? Spray boucher. Or a spray bucket. Spray bucket. Dude, I need more legs. I'd like to move a little faster. Need more legs. More legs. Got some graspers. Where were those little snake pots? No, that's a swoo. Friend. La 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 la. It's cute. How do I even mimic it? Do I have to do it? Do. I don't know. I think I'm shit out of plubes. Plumb out of plubes. Oh, there was another ear. No one keeps disappearing. What? You're a liar. And press 3 swoo. Okay, then where's more swoo? You're going to swoon over the swoo? An alpha player. Is that like a Giga Chad? Are those the swoo? Oh no, that's a baby me. I'm a beat. Beat. I run away from everything like a pussy and then I get lost. Alpha plube. The head honcho plube. I'm hungry? Bitch, you just ate. IMAB is not low maintenance. Legs for days. She sure does. You can only sing right now for social interactions. I mean, I can't just start my own band and run away and be famous with these legs for days. Let me impress you. Are they going to be protective of their baby? They're not interested in me singing? Come here, listen to me in my beautiful voice. I think they're afraid of me. Why am I not impressing them? I feel like a needy guy right now. I'm a simp. No, stop. Stop running away from me. Are they gonna run over the edge? Guys! Do not end your existence. Why are they afraid of me? I mean, I'd kind of be afraid of me too, but... I don't think I'm impressing them. No, it was the green guy that I killed. It wasn't one of them. I just sang to them. To one of them. Okay, well, they don't want to be my friend. It's understandable, I suppose. Try again. Oh, I didn't complete the impression. I had done it incorrectly with the other one, so I probably scared him. Let's try again. Are they scared of me if I make the wrong sound? Then you can't try again? Oh my god. To give them a break to calm down. Oh, I can put this back. You don't have to go to home base to upgrade you, but we're going to. Oh, she loves me. She loves me. She loves me. She loves me. Aw, we have a cute little family. Am I the dad or am I the mom? I'm laying an egg. I guess I'm the mommy. Oh, baby. Baby. You're my baby bumblebee. Be a little red stripy guy. He looks like a candy cane. Is that a mouth? Yes. Nom nom nom. He already has eyes. He got like a little stinger butt. Give him some arms? Oh no, too expensive. Might be all we can do for the time being. I'm a broke spore. A sporselfin. What's it doing? No, it changed all of us? Okay, well, I guess we're candy canes now. Aww. Blurp, blurp, blurp. Just out there exploring in the world. I'm very careful about what you choose to eat over here, friend. Very careful. Very cautiously. We're evolving? That's incredible. Are you afraid of me? I think I killed one of you guys. There you go. Now we're friends, I think. think that means friend. Why are you going so far? Maybe these guys don't like me. And press the alpha. Gotta get nearful. That's witty and cute. No, don't be scared of me. I'm not gonna hurt you. So I'm just clomping around at you. Happy. Evolution. Kind of like a grandpa face. Brain power. You've grown a little smarter and taken your first step towards sentience. You have earned the ability to entice an ally to join your pack and help you on your adventures. Get a little friend. Members of your pack will help you attack, or make friends. Notice you only have room for one. Socialize with an ally and they will join you. You choose one of these little guys. They're cute. Is that what it's asking me to do to socialize? One of us, one of us, one of us, one of us. Hello, friend. You've added a creature to your pack. Hunting, singing, or dancing around the meadow. You lead, they will follow. Alright, come on, my little compy. Let us go upon in the world. Go forth and explore. We can take you to meet the family first. Are you coming, little buddy? Yeah, okay. Come and meet the family. Where's my family? Right, I get that you love me, but I'm not ready to get it on again. Not ready for that yet. Look, we have a friend. Are you afraid of my family? Uh-oh. No, it's okay. I don't think I need to reassure him again, but like... They just clomp over everyone. Awkward, sorry. Didn't mean to spook your life, little guy. The Hive Hat are your allies. Fucking better be. You're kind of a big, interesting guy. I don't know about you, buddy. Some armored bones. Wish I had armored bones. And weak bones. I feel like I did not give this guy the advantage with his legs for the terrain. It's probably uncomfortable. He's gonna get elbow dysplasia. An evil eye. Woot, woot, woot. He said, I can't do that in these legs. From that side, yes. Poor guy. I guess you probably need to eat at some point. Nom nom. Nom 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 nom. Oh, we can eat and walk. We don't have to stop for that. I thought we did. They sound like Pippi. Humorous hum. Good kitty. Tell them I'm proud of them. Big accomplishments. I can't climb tall enough to get to that one. There's a path over here though. Oh, I missed this one. Oops. Haunch face. Looks like a pig nose. Whatever this one is, it's close. Where? On the other side of the hill? Still? Maybe? Can't get up that way. Gotta go around. Can't go over it. Can't go under it. Can't go around it. You got to go through it. You know, I was in kindergarten when we learned that song. And did like the little skit, I guess, that goes along with it. I really thought that was teaching like life survival skills of, you know, crossing a difficult bridge, or I read a lot of like just really fantasy stories, so my imagination was vivid. But no, it was a metaphor for life. It was not about like crossing bridges or difficult terrain or getting to the other side of the castle. It was about life. That's a big guy. Oh, he's so ugly. That's like the forbidden Maggie and the ferocious beast. I think he's coming by me. I think I better turn around. Is that him on my tail? I wish the map would show the other guys, not just me. Okay, forbidden Groots. Ah, get me out of here. No, my legs are too fucked up to go over this hill. Come on, man. Come on, man. As the song says, London Bridge is falling down. Falling down. Falling down. London Bridge is falling down. My fair lady. My fair Cyogenics. Got a thigh stricter? That sounds kinky. He ate my buddy! Oh, I'm sorry, little buddy. How could he not run faster than me? We both got these dinky little legs. But I feel like he looked like he should run faster than me. I feel bad. Didn't mean to end his existence. I meant to take care of him and watch out for him. That probably means it's as good of a time as any to bop into low and slow story time hour. Because I feel really bad now. Oops. Oops, oops. He ate my little familiar friend, buddy. Oh yeah, good reminder. Thank you. Can't. That's a bit much on the emotional spectrum for now. Just is. Where is all of my camera? Let's bop down with Miss G's. Not gonna play music while I get this set up because I'll just forget to turn it off and then Foy will get upset by it. I'm gonna put music on for a sec. I'll be right back. I need a human minute. There we go. 26 is the perfect computer volume. Just is. Aw, boy, you're so cute up there. Okie do. Okie do, okie do, okie do. I found these suckers earlier. Do we think they're still good? They're organic, but they expired in 2021. But like, do suckers ever go bad? I think at worst they would probably be just like crystallized. Like how honey gets. So it's organic cane sugar. I think it would be fine. Gunther is looking cozy. Wish it was that easy to build a fort when I was a kid. Goodness golly. I think this one would be never rotten because they're suckers. Like they're turned into a solid creation versus like organic blueberries in the fridge. Sugar is a pretty strong preservative. I would agree with that. Let's get the Go Cam back going. Go do story time with Miss Gigi. Miss Gigeroni. I genuinely had no idea that could occur in game. Oh, that's still on. It's gonna be confusing and loud. Oops. There. It's where there will be Twinkies from our descendants they'll discover. That'll be what we subsided upon. Yo, I think I learned something earlier, and I want to fact check it. I think Twinkies were invented by me, kind of. If I understood this information correctly. Oops. They were! Twinkies were made kind of just down the road from me. Not really, but close enough. Twinkies were invented in Schiller Park, Illinois on April 6th, 1930. And I'm sure there's ones from 1930 that are still around, just bricks. Oh, that's interesting. Twinkies weren't made just to exist as a Twinkie. They were spare parts. Working as a manager at the Continental Baking Plant in Schiller Park, Dewar sought a way to use shortcake machines that sat idle when strawberries were out of season. I do love me a good strawberry shortcake. The original snack cakes were filled with banana cream, not vanilla. That would be good. Why don't they do... Well, I guess they do multiple flavors as pictured. Conceived the name Twinkie after spotting a billboard for twinkle toe shoes in St. Louis. Oh shit. During World War II, banana rationing forced a switch to the vanilla cream filling it's commonly known to have today. The rich history of Twinkies. That's my favorite. Okay, I'm over it. That was neat though. I never knew that until today. Came across it in like a random reel on Instagram. I was like, no way. I believed it, but like, I will believe things, but I don't like truly believe it until I see it, if that makes sense. So you guys tell me stuff and I believe you, but then I look it up anyway because I need to visually understand that it is real myself. You've never had a Twinkie? I've probably had enough Twinkies for the both of us. My grandma, my mom's mom, was a sweets girly, and as much as I don't really get into sweets in general, and I wasn't allowed to have them as a kid, I could have them at grandma's house, and grandma always had snacks. Anything and everything hostess. Coffee cake for breakfast. My grandma was a sweets girly. I ate a lot of Twinkies growing up. Think you'd like the original Twinkie? I wonder how hard it would be to make a Twinkie homemade. Like, it's just a pastry version of making a Bosco stick. Right? Make some homemade banana Twinkies and mail them to you, Cyogenics. Wonder if it would be accidentally vegan or not. There's probably egg in it. Coffee cake is so good. I do still crave it sometimes. Or when I see it when I'm shopping in like around the bakery section, my mouth waters a little. Cinnamon sugar sweets for your weakness. Oh god, cinnamon sugar is so good. Cinnamon sugar toast is like not even French toast, just sugar and cinnamon on buttered toast. But I think that's just where I mostly love bread. I am so proud of myself. I was craving sourdough. Oh, sometime towards the end of last week. And I grabbed a loaf of sourdough while I was out, just like a little cheapy one, which happened to be like marketed as vegan, not just accidentally vegan, which I thought was pretty cool. And there's still about half the loaf in the fridge. That's like unheard of for me. I'm very proud of myself / kind of disappointed. But I'm trying to savor it. Make it last. It does take eggs. It's separated though. I wonder if I could use just egg. Oh no, they want the egg whites. What would be a vegan replacement for egg white? Like specifically. Like for eggs in general, you can use applesauce, bananas. Oh, I think I've done this before with something. I wonder what. I remember using the liquid from canned chickpeas. We could try it, but these would turn out really interesting. It's like a replacement. They're so like fluffy and particular. I wonder if replacement would even work for it. Is there a vegan Twinkie recipe? No, I didn't want to go back. I just wanted to go to the beginning of my words. Oh, they are very sugary, but so yummy as a special treat now and then. Everything in moderation. I feel like that's the healthiest way to approach life. Flour, cornstarch, baking powder, baking soda, non-dairy milk, apple cider vinegar, safflower oil? What's that? Is it expensive? Could I just put it on my skin like lotion? It has vitamin E. I mean, the big gallon is kind of cheap. Oh, it should be like in a regular store then. It's not like an obscure thing. It looks like a regular store bottle. Looks like the same bottle the canola oil comes in. Yeah, it doesn't add the right amount of fluff. I feel like that's the reason that my punchki always comes out really dense. It doesn't fluff up and become like a pastry. It just becomes like a bread product. This would be so fun to try and make on stream. Coconut cream. I don't know if I've ever seen coconut cream in the store. But coconut milk, yes. Oh, I would need a poker and a filler. Ain't Hostess. Oh, not vegan. I mean, they're not healthy, but healthy by comparison. Those would be interesting to try. I think I would need to grab cornstarch. I don't think I have cornstarch and safflower oil. I don't think I have any canned chickpeas. I haven't made homemade hummus in a while. I don't think I have any cans of coconut milk either. What aisle would that be in? Maybe the baking aisle, probably? Xanthan gum? I think that would just, like, give it a bit of integrity. We could actually use the stand mixer for the first time. We would probably need to make it the perfect amount of fluff. That'd be neat to try. I mean, if we're gonna get random things for borscht anyway, we might as well pick them up for this. And these are all shelf-stable things, so it doesn't matter if we don't do it right away. That'd be fun to try. And if all else fails, we just use the dough for strawberry shortcake. Delicious brick. Poker? I barely know her. Oh my goodness. I mean, that's true. Unhealthy things aren't good for you, but it's also not good to restrict yourself insanely and heavily. Everything in moderation. Like, having a treat for every meal of the day is not good. But having a treat a couple days out of the week will not ever kill you. Unless you choke on it. That's like the only way it could kill you. We'll just cross fingers and paws that doesn't happen. Go see Miss Gigi. Low and slow story time hour. I think the computer's about to tell us 42. I think soon. Perhaps some sort of Willy Wonka occurrence. Violet, you're turning violet. I mean, we could eat a bunch of carrots and then turn into Oompa Loompas. Did Slim Shady get in here? Well, the real Slim Shady. Please stand up. Please stand up. Please stand up. No, I'm gonna roll myself all the way to the basement like this. Are you guys gonna catch me when I roll to the bottom of the stairs? This is how we're gonna do this. This chair will break and die. Oh my god. Good. Where were you a few years ago when I was trying to get a recliner out of my basement and it rolled back on me, Midnight Dynamite? Come on. I was trying to get a recliner out of the basement because it was just like nasty and ripped up and the cats had shredded it. I didn't ever sit in it and it was just there pointlessly. And I got it halfway up the stairs and it like wedged itself in the stairs. And so I climbed over it, like on top of it onto the other side of it and tried to hoist it up and ended up going overboard with it. And it was quite the time. Thankfully, the basement was still carpeted then. So it was a soft landing. Sort of. Oh, you know, like green veggies, so you ate a lot of carrots, you turned orange. My niece did the same thing. She went through carrot phase, and then she was orange. We were scared. Like, do you have jaundice? No, she just was really liking her carrots, so we had to slow down on the carrots. It wasn't a couch, thankfully. It was just a recliner. Which recliners are heavy, but they're more awkward than anything. Oh, this category. That's what I'm looking for. Like, I'm forgetting something. I know I am. Kick, give me a story time category. And we'll just switch the Twitch one in my bedroom. Last sips of coffee. I've never played categories. I just think it's fun to say. It was not a pleasant experience. I ended up having to ask my dad to help me get it out of there. It wasn't bad. I pushed it. He just guided it. A reading category would be nice. Oh, that's a good point. It probably would fall under ASMR. I can't put myself in that category though. Then there'll be expectations, and I don't ASMR. I just almost walked right into him. I didn't know he was standing right behind me. Little goober. Little goober. Very broadly, I feel like it could fall into ASMR. But it's still not. But at the same time, it won't give you like French fuzzies on your neck probably, but ASMR broadly is like a soothing category, I would think. I'm gonna switch out this category on my laptop as long as this doesn't want to fall down. Stop wanting to fall down. Stop. 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 My French teacher used to say that. Oh, I should say my junior year French teacher would say that. When you would pronounce something perfectly, she would go, "Ooh, French fuzzies!" Like when you hear something like very interesting, it gives you goosebumps. She'd say, "Oh, French fuzzies!" It lives in my head rent free. Chong, you're so cute with your little girlfriend. You're so cute. You're so cute. What am I looking for? Just catting. Excuse me. We need that category on Kick too, but that one just came about by chance because all the cat ladies got upset when it was just an April Fool's Day thing, so they made it a thing because cat ladies are probably 90% of the female streamers in general. Anyway. Where is my pocket? Oh, I like crop hoodies, but pocket placement is very odd. All Voya's in jail. I'll bail you out in a little bit, buddy. It's story time. It's story time. What's Miss Peeves doing? She's laying on the bed so cute. She's laying on the bed so cute. Hi, Charlie Bear. I feel like you're gonna make choices if I don't lock this. I latch this. Hi. I guess it's mildly interchangeable. A latch is a lock, but a lock is not a latch. Thinking the big thoughts tonight. Charlie, are you gonna join us in our adventure? Oh, she said, I'll race you, Mom. I'm not racing you. We're on the stairs and I'm wearing socks. I know better. I know better. Girl, you kind of gotta allow me to walk. I did end up moving one of the cameras and setting it up down here. Someone had a party accident similar to PB's. Hi, Gigi. And I wanted to make sure I can suss out who it was. I suspect it was Monster. I don't know that, so now we will know if it happens again. Hello, Miss Gish. Hello, pretty lady. Hello, pretty lady. The beautiful girl. You are way too beautiful, girl. Cat ladies are a powerful negotiating force. Don't fuck with them. Don't fuck with cats. Don't fuck with cat ladies. Very much. Don't do it. Alright, let me grab her food. And get it on the book. Slow blinks. You ate your churro over. It was really good. It was really, really good. I'm not getting slow blinks, but I'm getting look arounds again. She's not just dead staring like you are the threat. Which was very good. I want to bonk you guys with the door. I'll be right back. Hold on, please. Is you yummies and even more bowls to stack down here too. And we'll get her churro. Oops, pop into the cooking room. Oh, Slugfrog, oh Tank. You are so ridiculous. Love you all, but you are so ridiculous. Hi, Gish. My princess beautiful. My baby girl. Got the churro. Cat crack. The good stuff for the baby bed. My baby. There you go. Actually, now that I think about it, when I'm giving her the churro, I should start wearing gloves. Not in case of her lashing out, because I'm not worried about it from that distance, but so she's used to seeing gloves for when we try to get closer, if she will let us get closer. Otherwise, the gloves are going to be new and strange. I'll grab them tomorrow and start with that tomorrow. You're looking at clips. You saw the one you made of Slop was sending an emote. Aw, that one was so funny. I'm glad you were able to catch her doing that. Though you probably had to play with the stream slide scroller a little bit. I appreciate the effort. It's very meaningful. It's very special. She is very talented. They like pressing buttons. See if little Miss creeps out. Maybe she will. Maybe she won't. We'll see. Snowflakes. No slow blinks, but I do find it so interesting that she's looking around. I feel like that shows some sense of safety, that she's not locked on to me as a threat. Like she's probably observing for a way out more than anything, but she's looking around instead of just focusing on me, which is good. Maybe she's blinking exactly when you're blinking so you never see it. That does happen sometimes, and that did happen when I was looking at her, to where like I wasn't sure if she did it a couple of times because it was at the exact same time I was, but I would catch her at like the very end of the reopening. It's like, oh, okay. That or assessing potential threats if you're not perceived as one. I mean, the whole indoor existence probably feels like a threat to her. She's a feral lady. So that's fair. But I do think it's a measurable piece of progress that she's not locking on with eye contact, that she's looking around and even avoiding my eye contact a little bit, but not like in a way that she's turning around and hiding. I don't know, I'm proud. Like, for the longest while, she would be turning around and showing me her butt and just looking from the side and staring, like keeping herself very guarded and safe. And she's in the carrier, so she's still feeling guarded and safe, but she's getting a little more curious, I think. I like that. I like that very much. Even if we don't make measurable progress towards adoptability, any progress that we make will help her be more careable for as a barn kitty. I think that's my new goal at this point. So I'm not expecting her to turn into a sociable house cat. I just want her to be a well-adjusted barn cat. You know, to where they don't have to trap her every time she needs her vaccines redone. Where she'll just go in a carrier. No. Chapter 11. The improbability proof control cabin of the Heart of Gold looked exactly like a perfectly conventional spaceship, except that it was perfectly clean because it was so new. Some of the control seats hadn't yet had the plastic wrapping taken off. The cabin was mostly white, oblong, about the size of the smallest restaurant. In fact, it wasn't perfectly oblong. Two long walls were raked around at a slight parallel curve, and all the angles and corners of the cabin were contoured in exciting chunky shapes. The truth of the matter is that it would have been a great deal simpler and more practical to build the cabin as an ordinary three-dimensional oblong room, but the designers would have been miserable. As it was, the cabin looked excitingly purposeful, with large video screens ranged over the control and guidance system panels on the concave wall, and long banks of computers set into the convex wall. In one corner, a robot sat humped, its gleamingly brushed steel head hanging loosely between its gleaming brushed steel knees. It too was fairly new, though it was beautifully constructed and polished somehow, and it looked as if the various parts of its more or less humanoid body didn't fit quite properly. In fact, they fitted perfectly well, but something in its bearing suggested they may have fitted better. It's hard to picture. Zappin Beeblebrox paced nervously up and down the cabin, brushing his hands over pieces of gleaming equipment and giggling with excitement. Trillian sat hunched over a clump of instruments, reading off figures. Her voice was carried round the tannoy system of the whole ship. 5-1 against and failing, she said. 4-1 against and falling. 3-2-1. Probability factor of 1-1. We have normality. I repeat, we have normality. If only. She turned her microphone off and then turned it back on with a slight smile and continued. Anything you still can't cope with is therefore your own problem. Please relax. You'll be sent for soon. Zaphod burst out in annoyance. Who are they, Trillian? Trillian spun her seat round to face him and shrugged. Just a couple of guys we seem to have picked up in open space, she said. Section ZZ, plural Z, Alpha. Yeah, well, that's a sweet thought, Trillian, complained Zaphod. But do you really think it's wise under the circumstances? I mean, here we are in the run and everything. We must have the police in half the galaxy after us by now. We stopped to pick up hitchhikers. Okay, so 10 out of 10 for style. But my several million for good thinking, yeah? He tapped irritably at the control panel. Trillian quietly moved his hand before he tapped anything important. Whatever Zaphod's quality of mind may have been, dash, bravado, conceit, he was mechanically inept and could easily blow up the ship with an extravagant gesture. Trillian had come to suspect that the main reason he had such a wild and successful life is because he never really understood the significance of anything he did. I feel like that's a lot of people. Zaphod, she said patiently. They were floating unprotected in open space. You wouldn't want them to have died, would you? Well, no, not as such, but not as such, not die as such, but Trillian cocked her head on one side. Well, someone else might have picked them up later. A second later and they would have been dead. Yeah, so if you take the trouble to think about your problem a little longer, it would have gone away. You would have been happy to let them die? Well, not happy as such, but... Anyway, said Trillian, turning back to the controls, I didn't pick them up. What do you mean? Who picked them up, then?
The ship did. Huh? The ship did, all by itself. Huh? While we were in the improbability drive. But that's incredible. No, Zaphod. Just very, very probable. Yeah. Look, Zaphod, she said, patting his arm. Don't worry about the aliens. They're just a couple of guys, I expect. I'll send the robot down to get them and bring them up here. Hey, Marvin. In the corner, the robot's head swung up sharply, but then wobbled about imperceptibly. It pulled itself up to its feet and was about 5 pounds heavier than it actually was. And what made an outside observer would have thought it was a heroic effort to cross the room. It stopped in front of Trillian and seemed to stare through her left shoulder. I think you ought to know I'm feeling depressed, it said. Its voice was low and hopeless. Oh, God, muttered Zaphod, and slumped into a seat. Well, said Trillian in a bright, compassionate tone, here's something to occupy you and keep your mind off of things. It won't work, droned Marvin. I have an exceptionally large mind. Marvin, warned Trillian. All right, said Marvin. What do you want me to do? Go down to number 2 entry bay and bring the 2 aliens up here under surveillance. With a microsecond pause and a finely calculated micromodulation of pitch and timbre, nothing you could actually take offense at, Marvin managed to convey his utter contempt and horror of all things human. Just that? He said. Yes, said Trillian firmly. I won't enjoy it, said Marvin. Zaphod leapt out of his seat. She's not asking you to enjoy it, he shouted. Just do it, will you? All right, said Marvin, like the tolling of a great cracked bell. I'll do it. Good, snapped Zaphod. Great. Thank you. Marvin turned and lifted his flat-topped, triangular red eyes toward him. I'm not getting you down at all, am I? He said pathetically. No, Marvin, tilted Trillian. It's just fine, really. I wouldn't like to think that I was getting you down. No, don't worry about that. The Loth continued. Just act as if you come across naturally, and everything will be fine. You sure you don't mind? Probed Marvin. No, Marvin, lulled Trillian. It's just fine, really. Just a part of life. Marvin flashed her an electronic look. Life, said Marvin. Don't talk to me about life. Marvin is relatable. He turned hopelessly on his heel and lugged himself out of the cabin. With a satisfied hum and a click, the door closed behind him. I don't think I can stand that robot much longer, Zaphod, growled Trillian. The Encyclopedia Galactica defines a robot as a mechanical apparatus designed to do the work of a man. The marketing division of the Sirius Cybernetics Corporation defines a robot as your plastic pal who's fun to be with. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy defines the marketing division of Sirius Cybernetics Corporation as a bunch of mindless jerks who will be the first against the wall when the revolution comes. A footnote to the effect that the editors would welcome applicants from anyone interested in looking over the post of robotics correspondent. Curiously enough, an edition of the Encyclopedia Galactica had the good fortune to fall through a time warp of 1,000 years and featured defined marketing division of Sirius Cybernetics Corporation as a bunch of mindless jerks who were the first against the wall when the revolution came. Normality. What's that? Never heard of it. Never seen it in my life. It's not real. The pink cubicle had winked out of existence. The monkeys had sunk into a better dimension. Ford and Arthur found themselves in the embarkation area of the ship. It was rather smart. I think this ship's brand new, said Ford. How can you tell? Asked Arthur. Have you got some exotic device for measuring the age of metal? No, I just found the sales brochure lying on the floor. It's a lot of universe can be yours stuff. Ah, look, I was right. Ford jabbed at one of the pages and showed it to Arthur. It says, sensational new breakthroughs in probability physics. As soon as the ship's drive reaches infinite improbability, it passes through every point in the universe. Be the envy of other major governments. Wow, this is big league stuff. Ford hunted excitedly through the technical specs of the ship, occasionally gasping at astonishment at what he had missed during the years of his exile. Arthur listened for a short while, but being able to understand the vast majority of what Ford was saying, he let his mind begin to wander, trailing his fingers along the edge of an incomprehensible computer bank. He reached out and pressed an invitingly large red button on a nearby panel. The panel lit up with the words, "Please do not press this button again." He shook himself. Listen, said Ford, who was still engrossed in the ship sales brochure. We make a big thing of this ship, cybernetics. A new generation of Sirius Cybernetics Corporation robots and computers with the new GPP feature. GPP feature? Asked Arthur. What's that? Oh, it says genuine people personalities. Oh, said Arthur. Sounds ghastly. A voice behind them says, It is. The voice was low and hopeless, and accompanied by a slight clanking sound. They spun around and saw an abject steel man hunched in the doorway. What? They said. Ghastly, continued Marvin. It all is. Absolutely ghastly. Just don't even talk about it. Look at this door, he said, stepping through it. The irony circuits cut into his voice modulator as he mimicked the style of the sales brochure. All the doors in this spaceship have a cheerful and sunny disposition. It's their pleasure to open for you, and satisfaction to close again with the knowledge of a job well done. As the door closed behind them, it became apparent that it indeed did have a satisfied sigh-like quality to it. It said. Was that satisfying? I don't think I did that right. Do you end up picturing Alan Rickman doing the voice for Meyer now? I have to try picturing that. The Snape droll. That would be lovely. Marvin regarded it with a cold loathing, while his logic a cold loathing. Yeah, that's Snape. Good call. While his logic circuits chattered with disgust and tinkered with the concept of directing physical violence against it. Further circuits cut in, saying, Why bother? What's the point? Nothing is worth getting involved in. Further circuits amused themselves by analyzing the molecular components of the door and of the humanoid's brain cells. For a quick encore, they measured the level of hydrogen emissions in the surrounding cube parsec of space, and then shut down in boredom. A spasm of despair shook the robot's body, and he turned. Come on, he droned. I've an order to take you down to the bridge. Here I am, brain the size of a planet. Excuse me. And they asked me to take you down to the bridge. Call that job satisfaction? 'Cause I don't. He turned and walked towards the hated door. Excuse me, said Ford, following after him. Which government owns this ship? Marvin ignored him. You watch this door, he muttered. It's about to open again. I can tell by the intolerable air of smugness it suddenly generates. Oh my god. Did they cast him for Marvin in the movie? It's been so long since I've seen it. That would be hilarious. Here, I was thinking if they ever did a remake, they should put him in it if he hadn't already passed away. Need some AI Alan Rickman. We read Ford's confusion. With an ingrating little whine, the door slid open again, and Marvin stomped through. Come on, he said. The others followed quickly, and the door slid back into place, with pleased little clicks and whirs. Thank you, the marketing division of the Sirius Cybernetics Corporation, said Marvin, and then trudged desolately up to the gleaming curved corridor that was stretched before them. Let's build robots with genuine people personalities, they said. So they tried it out with me. I'm the personality prototype. You can tell, can't you? Ford and Arthur muttered embarrassed little disclaimers. I hate that door, continued Marvin. I'm not getting you down at all, am I? Which government? Started Ford again. No government owns it, snapped the robot. It's been stolen. Stolen? Stolen? Mimicked Marvin. By who? Asked Ford. Zaphod Beeblebrox. Something extraordinary happened to Ford's face. At least 5 separate, entirely distinct expressions of shock and amazement piled up on itself in a jumbled mess. His left leg, which was in mid-stride, seemed to have difficulty finding the floor again. He stared at the robot and tried to disentangle some dartoid muscles. Zaphod Beeblebrox, he said weakly. Sorry, did I say something wrong? Said Marvin, dragging himself on regardless. Pardon me for breathing, which I never do anyway, so I don't know why I bother to say it. Oh God, I'm so depressed. Here's another one of those self-satisfied doors. Life. Don't talk to me about life. No one even mentioned it, muttered Arthur irritably. Ford, are you all right? Ford stared at him. Did that robot say Zavid Beeblebrox, he said. Dun, 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 dun. Should have time for the rest of 12. Chapter 12. Slow blink break. I end up like tensing and digging my heels into the ceramic floor. Hi, baby girl. Okay. Maybe she just wants more story. She gave me like an almost slow blink in the afternoon today. She like got like halfway to it. Maybe she was just like readjusting her eyes or something, but I'm gonna pretend it was half a slow blink. She does seem very like curious tonight. Less on edge, even though she's not being physically curious. I think she's being mentally curious. Just I don't know. She looks less uncomfortable. Loud clatter of gunk music flooded through the heart of Gold Cabin as Zavid searched through sub-ether radio wave bands for news of himself. The machine was rather difficult to operate. For years, radios had been operated by means of pressing buttons and turning dials. Then, as the technology became more sophisticated, the controls were made touch-sensitive. You merely had to brush the panels with your fingers. Now all you had to do was wave your hand in the general direction of the components and hope. It saved a lot of muscular expenditure, of course, but it meant you had to sit infuriatingly still if you wanted to keep listening to the same program. Zaphod waved a hand, and the channel switched again. More gunk music. But this time it was the background to a news announcement. The news was always heavily edited to fit the rhythms of the music. And news reports brought to you by here on the sub-ether wave band, broadcasting around the galaxy around the clock, squawked a voice. And we'll be saying a big hello to all intelligent life forms everywhere. And to everyone else out there, the secret is to bang rocks together, guys. And of course, the big news story tonight is the sensational theft of the new Improbability Drive prototype ship by none other than Galactic President Zaphod Beeblebrox. And then the question everyone is asking is, has the Big Z finally flipped? Beeblebrox, the man who invented the pan-galactic gargle blaster, the ex-confidence trickster, once described by Eccentric Columbus as the best bang since the Big One, and recently voted the worst-dressed sentient being in the known universe for the 7th time. Has he got an answer this time? We asked his private brain care specialist, Gag Halfront. The music swirled and died for a moment. Another voice broke in, presumably Halfront. He said, "Well, Zaphod's just this guy, you know?" But he got no further because an electric pencil flew across the cabin through the radio's on-off sensitive airspace. Zaphod turned and glared at Trillian, who had thrown the pencil. "Hey," he said, "what'd you do that for?" Trillian was tapping her finger in the screen of figures. "Just thought of something," she said. "Yeah? Worth interrupting a news bulletin about me for? You hear enough about yourself as it is. I'm very insecure. We know that." At least he admits to it. Just pondering the meaning of life, the universe, and everything. I keep wondering when we're going to stumble onto that. Maybe the next chapter. I need that in my soul. The answer is 42. Now stop panicking. Spoiler alert. Can we drop your ego for a moment? This is important. If there's anything more important than my ego around, I want it caught and shot now. Zaphod glared at her again and then laughed. Listen, we picked up those couple of guys. What couple of guys? The couple of guys we picked up. Oh yeah, said Zaphod. Those couple of guys. We picked them up in Sector ZZ, plural Z Alpha. Yeah, said Zaphod and blinked. Trillian said quietly. Does that mean anything to you? Said Zaphod. ZZ, plural Z, Alpha. ZZ, plural Z Alpha? Well, said Trillian. What does the Z mean? Asked Zaphod. Which one? Anyone. One of the major difficulties Trillian experienced in her relationship to Zaphod was learning to distinguish between him pretending to be stupid just to get people off their guard, pretending to be stupid because he couldn't be bothered to think and wanted someone else to do it for him, pretending to be outrageously stupid to hide the fact that he actually didn't understand what was going on, and really just being genuinely stupid. He was renowned for being amazingly clever, and was quite clearly so, but not all the time, which obviously worried him, hence the act. He preferred people to be puzzled rather than contemptuous. This all appeared to Trillian to be genuinely stupid, but she could no longer be bothered to argue about it. She sighed and punched up a star map on the Visi screen so she could make it simple for him, whatever his reasons for wanting it to be that way. There, she pointed, right there. Hey, yeah, said Zaphod. Well, she said. Well, what? Parts of the inside her head screamed at the other parts inside of her head. She said very calmly, It's the same sector you originally picked me up in. He looked at her and then looked back to the screen. Hey, yeah, he said. Now that is wild. We should have zapped straight into the middle of the Horsehead Nebula. How did we come to be there? I mean, that's nowhere. She ignored this. Improbability drive, she said patiently. You explained it to me yourself. We passed through every point in the universe. You know that. Yeah, but that's one wild coincidence, isn't it? Yes. Picking someone up at that point, out of the whole universe to choose from, that's just too. I want to work this out. Computer. Sirius Cybernetics shipboard computer, which controlled and permeated every particle of the ship, switched into communication mode. Hi there, it said brightly and simultaneously spewed out a tiny ribbon of ticker tape, just for the record. The ticker tape said, Hi there. Oh God, said Zaphod. He hadn't worked with this computer for so long, and he already learned to loathe it. The computer continued, brash and cheery as if it were selling detergent. I want you to know that whatever your problem, I'm here to help you solve it. Yeah, said Zaphod. Look, I think I'll just use a piece of paper. Sure thing, said the computer, spilling out its message into a waste bin at the same time. I understand. If you ever want. Shut up, said Zaphod, snatching up a pencil down next to Trillian on the console. Okay, said the computer in a hurt tone of voice, and closed down its speech channel again. Zaphod and Trillian pored over the figures. That the improbability flight path scanner flashed up silently in front of them. Can we work out, said Zaphod, from their point of view what the improbability of the rescue was? Yes, that's a constant, said Trillian. 2 to the power of 267,709 to 1 against. That's high. They're 2 lucky guys. Yes. But relative to what we were doing when the ship picked them up, Trillian punched up the figures. They showed 2 to the power of infinity minus 1 to 1 against, an irrational number that only has a conventional meaning in improbability physics. Why did I close it so tight? Can pronounce the Z's as Z. If you want to make it extra complicated for yourself, it's the British way. Wait, that wouldn't make sense conversationally, though. I mean, Z is Z in many places outside of the English language. It's Greek this way, but so then it would be Zaphod is just Zedis guy, you know? I don't know. Learned that in French class because we did the alphabet song. Maybe I still remember it. A, B, C, D, U, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. That's the alphabet in French. Hello, Andrea. I hope you're having a lovely night so far. Welcome to the Low and Slow Storytime Hour. What is Zedis? Zedis, Zedat. A little bit of Zedis, a little bit of Zedat. It's cute. I don't know where I left off. The irrational number. It's pretty low, continued Zaphod with a slight whistle. Yes, agreed Trillian, and looked at him quizzically. That's one big whack of improbability to be accounted for. Something improbable has got to show up on the balance sheet if it's all going to add up into a pretty sum. Zaffet scribbled a few sums, crossed them out, and threw the pencil away. Batos, I can't work it out. Well, Zaffet knocked his two heads together in irritation and gritted his teeth. Okay, he said. Computer. The voice sprang to life again. Why, hello there, they said. Ticker tape, ticker tape, ticker tape. All I want to do is make your day nicer and nicer and nicer. Yeah, well, shut up and work out something for me. Sure thing, chattered the computer. You want a probability forecast based on probability data. Yeah. Okay, the computer continued. Here's an interesting little notion. Do you realize that most people's lives are governed by telephone numbers? A pained look crawled across one of Zaffet's faces and onto the other one. Have you flipped? He said. No, but you will when I tell you that. Trillian gasped. She scrabbled the buttons on the improbability flight path screen. Telephone number, she said. Did that thing say telephone number? Numbers flashed up on the screen. The computer paused politely, but now it continued. What I was about to say was that... Don't bother, please, said Trillian. Look, what is this? Said Zaffin. I don't know, said Trillian, but those aliens are on their way up to the bridge with that wretched robot. Can we pick them up on any monitor cameras? Creeping. 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 That's getting intense. We have about 8 more minutes for her half hour. See how far we get through chapter 3. Ship computer is Clippy from Microsoft Word. Clippy was so cute. I loved him. Is he still a part of Word? I so very rarely use Word anymore. Hey, thank you, Isabella. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. It is whatever you want it to be by being. As a choose your own adventure, and thank you for taking the time to be here tonight. I don't think it is. I haven't seen it anytime I've used Word, but maybe you have to like select it to pop up. I miss him. Rip Clippy. Marvin trudged down in the corridor, still moaning. And then, of course, I got this terrible pain in the diodes of down my left-hand side. No, said Arthur grimly, as he walked along beside him. Really? Oh, yes, said Marvin. I mean, I've asked for them to be replaced, but no one ever listens. I can imagine. Vague whistling and humming noises were coming from Ford. Well, 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 he kept saying to himself. Safford Beeblebrox. Suddenly, Marvin stopped and held up a hand. You know what's happened now, of course. No, what? Said Arthur, who didn't want to know. We arrived at another of those doors. Lord. There was a sliding door let into the side of the corridor. Marvin eyed it suspiciously. Well, said Ford impatiently, do we go through? Do we go through? Mimicked Marvin. Yes, that is the entrance to the bridge. I was told to take you to the bridge. Probably the highest demand that will be made on my intellectual capacities today. I shouldn't wonder. Slowly, and with great loathing, he stepped towards the door like a hunter stalking its prey. Suddenly it slid open. Thank you, it said, for making a simple door very happy. Deep in Marvin's thorax, gears ground. Funny, he intoned funerally. Just how when you think life can't possibly get any worse, it suddenly does. He heaved himself through the door and left Ford and Arthur staring at each other, shrugging their shoulders. From the inside, they heard Martin's voice again. I suppose you'll want to see the aliens now, he said. Do you want me to sit in the corner and rest, or just fall apart where I'm standing? Yeah, show them in, would you, Marvin? Came another voice. Arthur looked at Ford and was astonished to see him laughing. What's... Shh, said Ford. Come on in. He stepped through into the bridge. Arthur followed him in nervously and was astonished to see a man lolling back in his chair with his feet on a control console, picking the teeth in his right-handed head with his left hand. That's like mental gymnastics. The right-hand head seemed to be thoroughly preoccupied with this task, but the left one was grinning a broad and relaxed, nonchalant grin. The number of things that Arthur couldn't believe he was seeing was fairly large. His jaw flopped about at a loose end for a while. The peculiar man waved a lazy wave over at Ford, and with an appalling affectation of nonchalance said, "Ford, hi, how are you? Glad you could drop in." Ford was not going to be outcooled. "Zaffin," he drawled. "Great to see you. You're looking well. That extra arm suits you. Nice ship you've stolen." Arthur goggled at him. "You mean you know this guy?" he said, waving a wild finger at Zaffin. "Know him?" exclaimed Ford. He paused and decided to do the introductions the other way around. "Oh, Zaffin, this is a friend of mine, Arthur Dent," he said. "I saved him when his planet blew up." "Oh, sure," said Zaffin. "Hi, Arthur. Glad you could make it." His right-handed head looked around casually, said hi, and went back to having its teeth picked. Ford carried on. "And Arthur," he said, "this is my semi-cousin, Zaffin Beebe." "We've met," said Arthur sharply. When you're cruising down the road in the fast lane and you lazily sail past a few hard-driving cars and are feeling pretty pleased with yourself, then accidentally change down from fourth to first instead of third, thus making your engine leap out of your hood in a rather ugly, sick mess, tends to throw you off your stride, in the same way that this remark threw Ford Prefect off of his. What?" "I said we've met." Zaffit gave an awkward start of surprise and jabbed a gum sharply. "Well, have we? Hey, Ford rounded on Arthur with an angry flash in his eyes. Now he felt he was back on home ground. He suddenly began to resent having lumbered himself with this ignorant primitive who knew as much about the affairs of the galaxy on an Ilford-based gnat that he ever knew about life in Peking. "What do you mean we've met?" he demanded. "This is Zaffin Beeblebrox from Beetlejuice 5, not bloody Martin Smith from Croydon." "I don't care," said Arthur coldly. "We've met, haven't we, Zaffin Beeblebrox? Or should I say, Phil? Philip? Filbert? Filbert? Oh, Clippy's not around anymore. That's sad. Don't know what you got till it's gone." Welcome, Only. Hope you're having a good night so far. Welcome to Lone Slow Storytime Hour. He's dead naming Phil. That's not nice. "What?" shouted Ford. "You'll have to remind me," said Zaffin. "I've start that party." This wasn't fair on Ford at all. He looked backward and forward between Arthur and Zaffin. "What?" he said to Zaffin. "You don't mean to tell me you've been on that miserable little planet as well, do you?" "No, of course not," said Zaffin breezily. "Well, I may have just dropped in briefly, on my way somewhere. But I was stuck there for 15 years. "Well, I didn't know that, did I?" "Well, but what were you doing there?" "Looking about, He gate-crashed party," said Arthur, trembling with anger. "A fancy dress party." "It would have to be, wouldn't it?" said Ford. "At this party." "Oh, full circle." "At this party," persisted Arthur, "was a girl. Oh, well, look, it doesn't matter now. The whole place has gone up in smoke anyway." "I wish you'd stop sulking about that bloody planet," said Ford. "Who was the lady?" "Oh, just somebody. Well, all right, I wasn't doing very well with her. I'd been trying all evening. Hell, she was something, though. Beautiful, charming, devastatingly intelligent. At last I got to ask her myself for a bit, and I was plying her with a bit of talk when this friend of yours barges up and says, 'Hey, doll, is this guy boring you? Why don't you talk to me instead? I'm from a different planet.' And I never saw her again." "Zaffid!" exclaimed Ford. "Yes," said Arthur, glaring at him and trying not to feel foolish. "He only had the 2 arms and the 1 head, and he called himself Phil, but—" "But you must admit he did turn out to be from another planet," said Trillian, wandering in at the sight from the other end of the bridge. She gave Arthur a pleasant smile, which settled on him like a ton of bricks, and then turned her attention to the ship's controls again. There was silence for a few seconds, and then out of the scrambled mess of Arthur's brain crawled some words. "Trisha McMillian," he said. "What are you doing here?" "Same as you," she said. "I hitched a lift. After all, with a degree in math and another in astrophysics. What else was there to do? It was either that or the dole queue again on Monday." "Infinity -1, chattered the computer. "Improbability sum now complete." Safford looked at him, at Ford, at Arthur, and then at Trillian. "Trillian," he said, "is this sort of thing going to happen every time we use the improbability drive?" "Very probably, I'm afraid," she said. A kitty chewed on this page, too. That's just funny. Oh, shout out to... Did I write in here what grade I was in when we were reading it? I think we deduced that I was in like 7th or 8th grade when we read it. I think I was using a binder clip to bookmark, if you guys can see the indent. I think I was trying to not be dog-earing, like before my niece bullied me out of it, but I still do it. At what point did I try doing the clip? I guess here. It's not on the previous page. It's not on this page either. That's pretty neat. Oh, I only clipped one section. Maybe that was my next chapter that I was going to have to read in class. I only clipped from chapter 14 to chapter 17. So maybe I didn't use it as a bookmark. Maybe I used it as just like a need to extra memorize to read in class. It's interesting. Notated by Serena and the cats. Yes. Oh my god. Speaking of cats and school stuff, do you guys want to hear something gross but hilarious? Which doesn't matter if you want to hear it or not. I'm going to tell it anyway. After a couple slow blinks, and then we'll make Gigi's food. Nice, sweet girl. Lily. Okay. 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 I don't want to like stress her out with constant eye contact. She got closer to the edge of the carrier though. She's inching towards the chair. She's inching. She's inching. Okay, story time. When I was in, what grade was I in? 5th grade, because we had a new English teacher that year, and my dad had a huge crush on her. He called her Mrs. Young and Thin, which she was gorgeous. She was tall and blonde, but like fresh out of college. My dad's old, so it was a little bit weird. But I had homework from her class, and we had a cat at the time who was diabetic. So when animals are diabetic, they pee excessively and often have bouts of incontinence. And I was a messy girl, so I would leave my homework and paper and clothes and things spread out all over my bed or the floor. Twinkie peed on my homework that was like a packet, like a take-home packet for the weekend. And he peed all over it. So I had to explain to my teacher that you were her. Hey, baby. She just readjusted herself a little bit. I had to explain to my teacher that one, I could not complete the packet because it was soaked. 2, my cat peed on the packet. And then that came with, well, no, that didn't really actually happen. And then my dad wrote a note and stapled it to the peed on packet and told me to bring that to school. And so I did. And I'm not proud of that, but I did what I was told. Like, you've heard of like the dog ate my homework. Well, the cat peed on my homework. It wasn't his fault, but I'm gonna have to do my packet for the weekend. I remember she was so mad about that, and it was like unfounded madness. But I don't know, some people don't like cats, and maybe that was why, but it was just ridiculous. I had to do so much extra credit because she just gave me a straight 0 for it. She's like, well, you should be more responsible with your things. And my dad didn't argue with that because he agreed with that perspective, but like, It could have been anywhere, like just on the kitchen table, and the cat still would have peed on it. That was what Twinkie did. There was not a lot of ability to treat diabetes in cats at that point in time. I would think there was mostly just the pill form of insulin versus actually giving the insulin shots like you can do now. And that's a super fun story I don't get to share very often. Gigi likes the Douglas Adams. Yes, I think she does. She's an inch closer to the true. I think that's really cool. Dog chewed on homework, brought to the next level. Exactly. It's just it was a whole thing. It was embarrassing for me. It was embarrassing for my dad. It was frustrating for her. Like Twinkie was my problematic king. He's basically just an armed monster. He was a good boy. My mom rescued him from like a pumpkin patch farm type thing. She was shopping for flowers in their little nursery section with my grandma, and there was a little basket of kittens that were born to one of the barn cats. And one of the employers was like, you know, you could take one if you want one. So my mom did. And that's how we had Twinkie. Twinkie was a mean little bastard until the cat that he was bonded with, our cat Bud, passed away. And then he got really nice. But he was never a mean little bastard to me. He always let me like put him in laundry baskets and play with him and put clothes on him and do stupid things. He was a mean little bastard to everyone else. The other cats, to my dad, to people. I remember he swatted Charlie. He swatted my grandpa really good once. Love you, Gigi. I love you, girlfriend. When he got older and Bud passed away, though, he was nicer. He needed a friend then. It's a babies. It's a babies. Everyone's friend out for dinner time. You say, feed me. Feed me. Okay. I will be right there. I will be right there. I will. I will. Let me just get this tossed and get us sorted. It's a super fun life experience, though. Mm-hmm. Never heard of the movie The Crush. It sounds like a chick flick. Some animals know that kids will be kids. I think that's very true. I mean, definitely some animals have a more fractious personality. That's like my new favorite word since learning it. More fractious personality and less tolerance than other things. But I think they can sense like dumb baby. You know, like this is an innocent creature. Unless you're Charlie, nothing is innocent to Charlie. Charlie don't care about nothing. She just wants what she wants. She'll do anything to get to it. Sort of. I exaggerate. Charlie is a sweetheart. I've not thought about that in so long. Gigi's Twinkie. Hi, sis. We're gonna get dinner in a minute, Mama. Oh, boy, yeah. The boss man says, hey, you took a long break off your shift there, girlie. Match this. Fractious is a good word. Probably one of them. I say 2 words. I was in the school spelling bee, and we had this ridiculously long list of overly complicated words to learn. And I feel like that helped out so much when I was taking like college testing like that. I don't remember what I scored, but I scored very well, even though my GPA was like trash. Like I wasn't going to get in anywhere, but I still scored very well. That's okay because I didn't want to go anywhere. I think actually all of that is in the drawer over in the desk over there. Either that or my dad has those papers. I feel like I do though. I think I remember having like 5 copies of my high school transcripts mailed to me for some reason. Because each time you request them, it costs a certain amount, and I think you can do up to 5 at a time.
I just remember my dad drilling me from like the big long list of how to spell everything and sound it out, and it doesn't spell like it sounds, and I think that's probably one of the reasons that I know a lot of big words, but don't necessarily use all of them properly. I definitely use them as if they mean something else sometimes. I can't think of an example at the moment, but I say things wrong sometimes, and that's probably why. My sinuses are so shit tonight, jeez. What is the weather going to be for the rest of the week? I gotta clean the yard again at some point. I don't want to. I hate doing it, and it genuinely makes me mildly miserable for that period of time, but I refuse to hire someone to do it. I hired someone to do it after I had surgery because I didn't get it done before surgery because I did it when I meant to be cleaning the yard. I was picking up PB and then subsequently GG. So that didn't happen day before surgery. And so I hired a company to come out, I think like the Monday after. That was the soonest they would. And it was like $100, which is crazy, but okay, get it done for me so it's not nasty. Fabulous. Whatever. It's just one time. Pay the dummy fee. They texted me like a half hour before the appointment time on the Monday of, we received your reschedule. We'll be there next Monday to take care of all of this, or whatever, of more proper wording, but that's essentially what they meant from it. Like, are you fucking kidding me? I did not cancel this. I did not reschedule this. I did not do anything with this. You were supposed to be here and clean the poop in my yard. Bro. I was so mad. I was so mad that I had to ask my buddy to call and cancel for them. Like, I'm so pissed off at these people. It sounds like a weird movie. Girl has a crush on this older guy and he moves into her parents' guest house. She, of course, begins to like him, but she's too young. It doesn't stop her from trying. It sounds a little uncomfortable. Hello, Valen. We are an English stream. Unless you want to Google Translate everything for me. Like Little Mermaid bangs almost going on tonight, but they're doing a flippy doodah. I want to be that 70s show and Little Mermaid at the same time. You might have sent that because they overbooked, wanted to make it look like a technology error. That's what I think it was. Like I was going to be the last appointment of the day, and they probably got overwhelmed with everything else. I was like, well, let's make it for a rebooking next week. Well, joke's on you. You don't get my $100 now, but joke's on nobody because you're still making good money because you have a poop cleanup business. Like, that's probably one of the top 10 industries to get into. No one likes cleaning up dog poop. If anyone ever wants to open their own company, make it a dog poop cleanup company. 17th came fast. I paused my Netflix for this month because I haven't watched Netflix in like 2 months, maybe? It's been a while. Like, why am I paying for this if I'm not using it? He was going to pause the 17th, and it just did. And now, of course, I want to watch BoJack Horseman. You always want what you can't have. Always. Well, I shouldn't be drinking coffee. Alright, Club Cult. That's going to be our night for tonight. Thank you all for being here, being your wonderful selves. Thank you for your time, thank you for your company, and thank you for your support. More than anything, you know the drill. Thank you for your time. Your time is very valuable. It is this thing that we have only so much of that you can do whatever you want with. And when you are able to, you choose to spend it here. I'm honored, I'm blessed, I'm grateful, I am fulfilled. It's lovely to always see you all. Netflix ends up getting WB and HBO like they're trying to. You might think about resubbing to them. I mean, it's only paused for a month, so it won't be the end of the world. Oh, I've been on a very, I don't know, just like stupid TV watching kick. I've been watching a lot of Modern Family. Which that one I thought it would take me forever to get to the end of, but I think I'm on like season 10 out of 13. But it's little quick bite shows. You know, I need like not very intense watches. We'll see when the next month comes around, if I pause it again or where it'll go. I can't imagine HBO not having HBO though. But there are a lot of shows between Netflix and HBO that are on the same watch carousel, like Young Sheldon, for instance. Although it bums me out. I really want to watch, just because it's part of the fandom. I think it's on Peacock, if I'm not mistaken. I don't have Peacock. Georgie and Mandy's first marriage. It looks cute. The little clips of it that I've seen, like, it looks kind of stupid and like cheesy, which, you know, by the time you get to like a third spin-off, because there's Big Bang, Young Sheldon, and now we have Georgie and Mandy, it looks kind of dumb. I think it'll be more like kitschy than actually deep, but it looks cute. It is on Hulu now? Oh, it requires add-on. It probably requires the Paramount add-on, I would guess. I don't think I'm logged into Hulu on my phone. Now I'm curious. Hey, boy, yeah. Is it? Ow. One thing I do like about the Roku thing is you can just search in the search bar for whatever you want to watch and it'll show you where it is streaming, like the same as Google, which is pretty cool beans. Oh, this does work from here. GG's. You're really gonna make me type like all of it out. Georgie. We'll probably narrow it down. Oh, there. Oh, it has to be part of the live TV package. I don't have a live TV package. Lame. 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 Aw, thank you, thank you. We'll get some good eats tonight. I got some mashed potatoes on deck. Hopefully we'll get some good sleeps. Thank you, thank you. You get some good sleeps too. Been watching IT Crowd on Prime. Ooh. What number rewatch is this? That show is so good. It's free to watch on CBS. But does CBS have... That's like actual TV though. Like if you have channels, I would think. Or is it CBS Online? Whoa, this is a thing? Wait, I don't think I can show this on stream. Because otherwise then I'm playing TV on stream and that's, you can't do that. Especially not on Twitch. It's like old MTV. Well, not old MTV. Like what everyone thinks of as old MTV. In the mid to 20-teens? In the early 20-teens. When I was starting high school. Let's go with that. So like 2009, 2010, somewhere around there. You were able to watch any program on MTV on the computer. On their website. I don't know if you still can. But I didn't know they had similar layouts like that for other things still. Oh wait, the other ones are locked though. Wait, that's season 2. I don't know how to work this. Is it only the most recent season at a time? Maybe I have to like log in and make an account to where it would actually go together from there. There's only season 2. I'll have to look at this with a more awake brain. I think I'm just missing something. I don't think it's completely unintuitive. That's awesome. Thank you for pointing that out. I assumed that just meant that it was free to watch with a subscription service. But perhaps not. Easily in the double digits for IT Crowd for you. It's such a good show. I don't blame you for it. Put everything back where it was. Sounds like a really weird movie. But to each their own. To each their own. It's just, I don't think any storyline that would be relatable in any kind of replicable reality. Outside of, like, someone's custom video order. There you go. Thank you all again, oh so mucho, for your time tonight. I appreciate it. I think we had fun hanging out with Miss Peebs. I did. But she's a cute little baby. It's impossible not to have fun with her. And it was lovely to be down with Gigi and play a little bit of Spore for a bit. I kind of missed that game. I liked it. It was very cute. I didn't know what happened tonight could happen tonight. I kind of had like a second coming of my Tomb Raider trauma. But that's okay. It's just kind of a sensitive little biscuit right now. Had someone recommend Black Book saying it was like the IT Crowd, which made you just want to watch the IT Crowd again. What is it? Black Books? I've never heard of it. It's another Brit comb from the 2000s. I don't know what kind of accent I was attempting there. Comedians Dylan Moran and Bill Bailey. The name sounds familiar. Bill Bailey? Star in the much-loved offbeat sitcom about bad-tempered, eccentric bookshop owner Bernard Black and his long-suffering assistant Manny. It sounds cute. I think I would like it. I like that brand of humor. IT Crowd, Father Ted. It's just... It's so stupid, but it's masked with... No, let me rephrase that. It's so witty, but it's masked with stupidity. The only comparison I can make is like South Park would be the American version. But South Park doesn't really overlap with the type of humor for the concept. They shall be dispersed to the zoo. Thank you, thank you. Then we go into queue and disperse to the zoo. Little peeps. I'm so glad I figured out that emote. I don't know why that emote was so easy. It's just because she's a cute baby and the universe said, you can have this one, Serena. Not the cat, but the emote. If you guys want to keep up with me offline, hop into the Disky Boo. Otherwise, we got the fun stuff. Socials. Some more fun stuff. The schedule for when I will see you bebs next. I suppose I'll just put that one up on the Twitchy Botrix too. I think Wednesday I'll suss through what I want where, a little bit more refined and fine-tuned. But as always, thank you all for being a part of the Stream the Dreams project. It means the world to me, and thank you all for your support. I hope everyone has a lovely rest of their night, and do not forget, until I see you next, that you are wonderful, amazing, incredible, spectacular, fantastic, phenomenal, oh so gorgeous, and all the good things in the world. Take all those compliments and put them in your back pocket, your side pocket, your cute little foodie pocket, your adorable little shirt pocket, floating in suspended animation, or wherever it needs to go until I see you next, you sweet babos. Have a beautiful rest of your night, and I shall see you all for the next one. Thank you for being your wonderful selves. Have a beautiful, beautiful rest of your night.